Hey guys, I am so not ready. I haven't even had my coffee, my breakfast, anything. So I'm gonna go and do it when I barely got any sleep. That freaking editing, just that editing of just the cross exam. I don't know why it's taking forever to do everything. I got a couple hours of sleep, so I am. Hold on a second. So I can't wait to go get my coffee after it starts. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Why am I always starting with all negative? I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Let me get this shared. So they have 20 minutes. Well, you know what? Hold on one second. Let me see if I could find the oh shoot. I can't wait to get my coffee. Oh my god. And my pita. All right, hold on one second. I know, and I want to do the compilations. Man, everything takes so long, guys. I might try to do some stuff like depending on how interesting this is, I might try to do some, I don't know. No, because then I'll miss stuff. I was thinking like maybe I'll try to do some editing well, live if there's any like boring ones. Good morning, Miss B. Lassie. Claire. Hey, Bridget. Lady Jane. Lady Montgomery. Who do we got? Awaken the Heart. Good morning, everybody. Mamma Mia. Man. Oh. So we got 20 minutes. Shoot. I should just run down and get my coffee, guys. And just share my screen so it's already shared. But then I'm going to be leaving you guys with like nothing. Just silence. Oh, yeah, I can't quit yawning, guys. Oh, I got some new emojis. I just ended up replacing a bunch. So, what am I doing? Hold on, I'm just looking. Hold on one second. I just ended up replacing some. So I need let me see how many more members. I think I only need 13. I think I said 13 more members to get another emoji though. So that's actually doable. Hold on, let me check. To like actually earn another one so I don't have to always switch it. Let me see. Hold on. I think it said 13, which is not too bad. Because I mean, we might be able to like I gained like probably a bunch of members yesterday. So I think by the end of the week it's possible to earn one. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what it says real quick. It says hold on, badges, emojis. Emoji 13 more, yeah. 13 more members. So join people. Listen to me all. But that's doable, guys. The way it's been going. I've been doing pretty good with members. Anyway, hi Margarita. Hey Margie Mama. I can't quit yelling, guys. Oh my god, I can't. I need my coffee. Would you guys be mad if I just share the Law&Crime, so just in case, but it still has 18 minutes. And I go get my coffee. I am like but then you guys are gonna be sitting here with nothing now. Hold on a second. Chrome tab. I guess I could play something. Hold on. We can share out tab audio. Oh yeah. There's your guy. I'm doing the double checking. I already had my screen shared on the side. I didn't put it up yet, but I keep doing it to make sure I'm sharing the audio. So that's what I'm doing over here. My OCD. Oh, thanks, Beauty by KK. Thank you. Wait, so what was I gonna say? Oh, I could play. What was I gonna? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh my God, I had a like a thought, and and it just like is gone. I don't see any other places streaming yet. I was trying to see if I could find another just thing. You know how like Law&Crime doesn't really show them walking in from the outside, but usually like the E does and stuff. But E's not up yet, so I don't know. I'm trying to find one so we could watch him walk in, but I don't know. There's nothing that's up. Fox is still not up. Uh, E isn't up yet. Yesterday they had theirs up early, like their reminder. Like I like that's what I do. I try to put it up the night before, so it's there. But yeah, E's isn't up yet for some reason. Or let me hold on one second. Let me see something. See if I do it like that way. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. No, they don't have theirs up yet. Okay. Nope. But let me just go back to Fox because they might. Because Law&Crime never has them coming in. But I'll keep Fox on and see if they come back. Anyway, so go get. Yeah, I do. I still have 15 minutes. I will have time to at least get my yogurt and But I'm trying to think. Should I play something while? But then I feel like I should put up the Law&Crime just in case. So just or should I play something? But I think I can make it back in 15 minutes. Um, I mean, I know I can't. What am I talking about? You know what? I'm just gonna add it. You guys could just chat. I'll be back. I do. I gotta get my coffee. Let me get my banner up. And then I feel like you're just like not happy until I have my coffee. Okay, I'll be back, guys. I'm sorry. You guys are just gonna be sitting there, but you got it up. Everything's good if it starts. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You know what? I should bring my phone just in case. So I know. Make sure. Oh, you know what? Let me mute myself too. So if it starts. I got honey in my hair. Oh my god. That was a mess down there. I got it all over my shirt and my hair. I had to wet my hair. You know how sticky honey is. Don't ask how I did that, but I did. It's gonna be one of those mornings. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Sorry we missed them walking in, but the other channel's still not even back, so I don't even know what channel's even filming them walking in. There's probably more that maybe I'm not aware of, but anyway, how's everybody doing? Good morning, good morning. I got my coffee. I haven't sipped it yet because I want to eat. I like to usually eat first. I got my yogurt with whipped cream. Hey Lottie, hey Cat, Aussie girl. Good morning, Jarder. Good morning. I think honey's worse than toothpaste, though. I really do. I mean, toothpaste's bad, but I feel like honey might be worse. Let's hear that audio.
Good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Okay. All right, sure.
Hold on. Let me see if
Yes,
it's Law&Crime or me. I'm seeing what that issue was, if it was Law&Crime or if it was me. Hold on. Yeah, it was Law&Crime, so hopefully they get it fixed. That audio issue. Anyway, I got my pita and honey, plus honey in the air, and I got some on my shirt, but I like wet it real quick, my hair, like with a paper towel, so my wet and sticky parts behind my ear, so you can't see it. But and then I got it all over the counter. I tried to wipe it up. I'm gonna have to go clean it more because it's like when you wipe honey, it's almost like glue. I mean, you guys probably know that have honey. It's just like it like wipes, but then it just you can feel like a big layer stuck. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Good morning. Hey Lonnie Kim. Hey Amy. Hey Mr. Maverick is in the house. You made it. Hey Batman. I didn't need to put out my bat signal this morning, Batman. I was gonna put it out in a minute. After my breakfast and coffee, I was gonna put out the bat signal for you. How are you? I feel like I still have to get back to your emails. I'm so behind. After the live, I went for my walk, and then I was just editing. I was doing thumbnails. I got emojis, you guys. Look at the new emojis. I got a Camille object emoji. See if you guys like it. And then I have like 3 Camille emojis, I think. I don't know. I just kept the other one and I added another one and then I added object. I kept the other 2 Johnny ones and just added a Johnny one. So I replaced all my emojis basically. So I need 13 more members, guys. Let's try. Listen to me. And then I could actually gain 1 more emoji. But anyway, so I'll have 19 then. But look at Amber, huh? So now she's got like more makeup on. So she chooses when she's on the stand to like be no makeup barely, besides the bruised cheek look. But nothing on her eyes really. Oh, probably because the crying. But now like her eyes have a lot more makeup on it. At least they look like it, don't they? My makeup people, don't they? Hi Thrive Life. Hi Terry Dean. So Lonnie sent me this video of Camille hugging Johnny. I'll play it later. But I went back to all of the channels that do the live streams. Where did that person get that? Because none of them showed that. Like when they ended the court, you saw Johnny just walk out. I could not find it on another channel. On all the live ones. I looked at all the ending. Is it not at the ending of the Lonnie? Is it at the ending of the trial, right? Or the court yesterday? Unless if it's just during one of the breaks and we missed it. But I went to the ending of like Entertainment's, Fox's, Law and Crime, and it doesn't show it. It shows like the judge ending it, and then it shows like a back view of a Johnny, and then he walks out. So I don't know where that person got that video. I'll have to show it later. It's cute though. Hi, Elanders. Hi, Nevmore, General Amandis. Oh, thanks, Lonnie. You joined. Yay. Yeah, do you know where that guy got it? What was I have to see if it has like a watermark on it to see what channel. I could not or do you let me know? Do you know if it was after the end of the day, right? Or was it not? Who else? Hey, Kiko. Jill. Awaken the Heart, Lottie. Anyway, I hope they got their audio. Yeah, they got it fixed. Cool. Or maybe not. That's Law and Crime, guy. That's probably the court's issue with the audio. I bet. Let me see if Fox's sounds like that too. Hold on. Oh, I just hit my tooth. And you guys, my merch, if anybody wants to buy it, it's this is actually orange. It looks a lot redder. Okay. Let me see a different channel if it's choppy like that, or maybe they'll fix it.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. As you remember, we were in the middle of a witness last evening, so we'll continue with her testimony, okay?
Did you see Ms. Heard shortly after she returned from Australia? Yes. How soon after she arrived back in Australia did you see her? I believe it was immediately upon her return. And she visited you in your apartment at the Eastern Columbia building, is that right? Yes. You testified that you observed injuries on Ms. Heard on this occasion, is that right? Yes. What injuries did you observe? She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms. And yeah, they were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms. Do you see her feet? At first,
I'm going to switch it to another
she had shoes on
one.
And then she showed me her feet. What specifically do you recall seeing on Ms. Heard's feet? They were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms. Were both feet cut? I don't remember if it was both or one. You testified that Ms. Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct? Yes. You were not in Australia with Ms. Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington? I was not in Australia. So your only understanding as to how Ms. Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right? That is my understanding. You testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct? Yes. And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right? Yes. And just for clarification, penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived in penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Ms. Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3, The bedroom was also on the top story and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine. Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any, no.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's asking
Do
you
you remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
So do you remember during the depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can videographer, would you mind or pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
December.
July 14, 2016, it's volume 2.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yeah, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23.
Do you have control?
I,
You have control.
yeah. Sorry, it's just, I don't have like the scrolly things. I just,
Look at the page down.
what line am I reading down to? Okay. Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp not seem angry to you when he came downstairs afterwards for Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
So you testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It was, it wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Miss Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Miss Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
If we can go back to Miss Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great. So in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15th, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you
Well,
send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
You've testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which was blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Mm. Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs.
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
You recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears the base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter, there appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure. You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
And you were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in penthouse 3?
5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Ms. Heard's birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Can you tell where it comes from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there's a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived?
Yeah.
She was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
With me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you hear when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The sort of like the entry, like the in-between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered penthouse 3 until Mr. Depp left. Did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left penthouse 3?
We took Amber to penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to penthouse 1?
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter house 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in Penthouse.
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to Penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around Penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach the, just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
Rothenborn's back. You guys, do you guys like the new object Camille emoji? I know I wish I would have had it the last 2 days because it would have been more fitting, but oh well. Let me know if there's something you want me to for tomorrow. If you want a different emoji, I'll have to start replacing them until I gain one. Let me know. I guess we'll see how today goes to see if there's something that we think of. I guess I could do an Elaine on. No, I don't know. What could I have her doing? Oh yeah, I mean maybe Kim. It's weird. I mean, she is taking a long time to answer. I just think personally, I just think it's just she's thinking about it and she's just slow and she's got an attitude about it. She doesn't want to be there. She's taking her own time. So it's like I don't know, but it could be. I mean, maybe she is. But to me, it just almost appears like she just just like it doesn't want to be there. She's annoyed by it. She's just like taking forever. Or maybe some of it could be because she really is trying to think of the situation and try to remember it. But you would think she knew that the position was coming up. Wouldn't she have like started thinking about it? Okay, what happened? So it was fresh in her memory. So well, let's see how different she is with her lawyers. If she's better, or if she's just annoyed by the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I have to find one, Claire. If I could find one like that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are we ready to start?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand that you've testified a number of times about some of the events that we touched on yesterday, right?
Yes.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Do you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny. Because he is my friend too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
Why were you scared for Amber?
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident, I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
When you say, talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was. And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
Can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Over the course of you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Ms. Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
I do not.
That you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
I was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
What is this picture of Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall, and then a writing, a note above the picture?
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
Eternally? Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous two pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a
That's
photo
in the
of Amber's face with two black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this
Swollen
photo?
nose. I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington. We just need to get through as
Yeah.
through the best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face turned a profile, showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
No, I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth. She has,
Did you take, go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Ms. Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark or bruising underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
And over the course of your friendship with Ms. Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Ms. Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Ms. Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Ms. Pennington, of Ms. Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Ms. Heard's scalp during the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up. Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of a clump of Amber's hair on the black carpet of the bedroom, PH4, with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She has her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen of PH3.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The
Yes.
December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known, go ahead, sorry.
No,
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
no.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about the day of the Late Late Show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The Late Late Show with James Corden. Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A dear that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
No.
Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out? That Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show. What is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up? in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Kind of doing it early. Early, aren't they? Ooh. A little bit earlier than normal. Or maybe not. Let's see what time they say they're going to come back. Probably at
Back at
11.
11 o'clock then, okay?
11,
All
I
right,
was going
thank
to
you.
say. Okay. Cool. Batman, you're too sweet. Oh, I didn't realize they have screens all up. Have you guys noticed that before? I never noticed that they have like screens up for the audience to watch up like on those screens too. I thought they just had them maybe up front. So that's why I always wondered. Hold on a second. Let me take this down. I always wondered, like, for instance, when they showed Dr. Curry, it seemed like she knew that she was on camera. I don't know why. I just was like I was like, man, she senses that the camera's on her, that they're showing her. But I'm like, there's no way she could know, because I mean, how would she know? She's not watching the live. Well, she probably did know. I didn't know they had screens up like that. Wow. How did I notice that? All the other times they pan back, did you guys notice that before? Oh, thanks, Gigi. You're so sweet. Oh, wow, that was from a minute ago. I'm sorry, I missed that for a minute. Borderline. She said she had borderline. Is that in histrionic? Borderline and histrionic is what Dr. Curry said. But Dr. Hughes said she just had PTSD. What'd she say? Like complex PTSD or whatever she said. I don't, there's something, no. I did not like Dr. Hughes at all. She was like snobby too. That seemed like, oh, did you hear me? Histrionic and borderline is what they said. Okay, so hold on, let me get. Oh, you didn't notice either? Okay, but did you see they have a ton of, so they have like two big ones that we saw just right there. They probably have them on the other side too. And then who knows if they have one, like a couple up at front too, I bet, right? Because I was just thinking, of course, when they show that, they're gonna have one. I thought they just had maybe like a screen or two when they show like the depositions. But since they have the screens everywhere, I'm sure that they're showing like the whole thing, like what's going, like all the views. You know what I'm saying? Whatever views they're putting up. So for them to have put those screens everywhere, I'm sure like when they don't have the depositions, they're showing the cameras, right? I'm sure so the people could watch. I don't know. Because I swear, Dr. Curry, it seemed like she realized. And I thought she was, I don't know, I just thought it was just like maybe in my head, but um okay, so hold on. Let me find Lonnie, that one you sent me about the security guard laughing. Hold on, let me find that real quick. I screen recorded it. And then that one where they're hugging. Hold on, let me find that too. That Lonnie you sent me. That was hold on. We could play it real quick. I have to go. You know what I could do? Hold on, let me just get the one real quick where the security guard's laughing. And Lonnie, you said that she sent me this thing, or it was like was it on Twitter or whatever? And I guess it's supposed, I think they were laughing at Elaine, like freaking out because remember when Elaine, her face got all red? And I wish they would have showed her more, but they barely showed her when she was questioning, object, Camille. And then she looks up and her face is all red and she's like, oh, how do I ask this? Like she couldn't even figure out how to ask the question legally, like that falls in the correct legal terms, like that she's allowed to. She couldn't figure it out. Oh my god. So I just wondered what they saw because we only saw her like a little bit when that was happening. She was probably like freaking out. I wish we could have seen like her whole body language the whole time. Like we only saw her like that moment. They barely showed her, because they had it like kind of panned over. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, okay. Oh, yay, Michelle. I almost wear my light blue one. All right, hold on. Let me get that video of them laughing. You only see the guy. So Lonnie, you said it was his security, I guess. It's somebody that's on his team because at the end, the hug video, you see him go up to them. I think it's supposedly his. I don't know if Lonnie's still even here. I know leading it should be an easy one to fix. Even the judge was like, it is leading. Like she was trying to tell her, like, just ask it a different way. You know what I'm saying? The leading ones, you just have to ask a different way so it doesn't seem like it's leading. And she couldn't even figure out how to do that. Now, some of the other ones I would have probably been like, but I'm not even a lawyer. And the leading ones, I mean, I know what that, I feel like I could have figured those ones out, like how to re-ask it. Now like some of the other ones, I probably wouldn't have been quick enough. Okay, so let me find this real quick. Hold on. And then I'll try to go find the hug one. Did you guys see the hug? All right, capture. Hold on. Oh, actually, I put it. Hold on a second. I put it right here. Okay. All right, hold on a second. Oh, Lonnie, yeah. Hold on. Hold on one second. Okay, hold on. I'm getting it, guys. It's real quick video, so it's not like. But good morning, everybody. I'm finally starting to wake up a little bit. Man, at first, when I first started the live, I was just like, I just wanted my coffee so bad. Okay, hold on. I got it. And then I'll try to find the other one. So here it is. So watch. So watch this guy right here. Look, he's laughing. Do you see him? The guy, he has his face covered. And then you see the people to the left. They're laughing too. The girl in the back laughed. The girl and Lonnie, you said it was because of Lane? I mean, I don't know which time, but I don't know. He's cracking up. And he is a part of their team. Like, I think she said it's security, that guy that walks out, because at the end he walks and talks to Johnny at some point. So he is a part of something. Isn't that funny? I know, I was wondering that awake in the heart of him and Camille. So let me find the one where they give each other a hug now. Hold on. Which, like I said, I don't know which channel had that. Like, I know a channel picked it up and replayed it, but which channel that's like there, like the news people that have the access to it, like the cameras, like which ones had it? Because I looked at the end. Lonnie, did you hear me earlier? Was that hug at the end? Because I looked at the end of like a bunch of different, no, a bunch, like 3 or 4 different live streams that I know that do the live, like people, Law&Crime, CBS, Fox. You know, I looked at the end of them and none of them had the hug. So do you know, is it at the end? I mean, I could just play the video you sent, but I'm just wondering, like, where did that originally come from? Hold on. It's really cute, though. Let me just see if I could probably just do it like this and not have to one minute, guys. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, a lot of people have it up now. Hold on, I'll play it. I just don't know where they originally got it. Here. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Just give me 1 minute. I don't want to play that one because she's got like a big freaking which, oh, so does he. Let me see if this one's good. Yeah. Okay, we'll play this one. All right, hold on. I got it, guys. All right. Here we go. Share. It's oh wait. I have to end this one. Share. All right, we'll do Camille. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let me know how many guys have seen it. You guys are probably have all seen it, huh? I was busy just editing the stuff that I didn't actually get to see any of like the things that people were posting. Besides like Lonnie, what you sent me or people. But here it is. Oh, here we go.
All right. Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition?
Wait, it was on Law&Crime, but we were watching Law&Crime.
The TV set up for that, and let's just come back then.
I didn't see it on Law&Crime. See, I didn't check that yesterday after it came because we were watching that one and I don't remember seeing it, but I checked all the other ones. You're telling me it was right in front of my face that we all watched it and I didn't see it? See, there's that guy that was laughing. I'm an idiot. That was the only one I didn't check because I thought I would have seen it if it was on when we were watching it. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. So you guys saw it yesterday when we were watching it, you mean? Is that what you're saying? Trying to see if the honey. Here, we could watch it again. Hold on. I was checking my honey hair. Oh, it is sticky. Oh, I wet it. I was hoping, and then I wet it, and then I brushed it, but it's sticky because it was honey. I got on it this morning. Those of you that weren't here this morning, I went and ran down and got my pita and coffee and stuff, and somehow I got honey all in my hair. So you're probably my OCD. You're probably going to see me touch this side a lot now. And I wet it. I thought I got it, and then I brushed it, but it's sticky. Ew. I don't know why I'm doing it like that, but ew, I have to wash it. It's gross. It's hard. But anyway, okay, so let me play it again. And it's weird because everything is opposite. So that's why if you see me like trying to adjust something, it's because if I'm using the camera as a mirror and everything is opposite. So it's hard to figure it out. So when I'm trying to like touch my hair, it's hard. Ask Bella. It's like, it's weird because it's opposite, but it's not. I don't know how to explain it, but StreamYard is weird. I'm still not, how many times I've been live streaming, I still haven't gotten used to it. Okay, so here, let's do it one more time.
All right. Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness?
So let me know, did you guys all see it yesterday after we were watching it, honestly?
And let's just come back then at 3:30, okay?
Like you saw the hug when we watched it last night at the end yesterday? I could show Amber Heard leaving, but she doesn't storm out like everybody's saying. I don't know why there's people were saying that there's a lot of like, oh, it's so cute. Look at them grab his hand. How cute. I love it. I love it. Okay, so but she doesn't storm. Yeah, I could show it, but it's I don't know if I have time to grab it real quick. But she doesn't everybody's like saying she storms out. Like I've seen headlines and she's not. She doesn't. She just I mean, we watched it together, remember? We're like, "Oh, she kind of looks mad." But I wouldn't like categorize that as like she stormed out. Like she even had somewhat of a smile, but she kind of went out a little rough and kind of just looked back at the security guard. I wouldn't label it as a storm out though, but yeah, I could show it. Is that what you're asking? Because people have been saying that. I'll let you guys decide what you think, but I definitely don't think it's a storm out, in my opinion. I mean, you could tell she's mad, but it wasn't like. I think she still even had a little bit of a smile. Let's see. Here we go. I got it for us here. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I got it. If I have time, we got 1 minute. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, here it is. This is what everybody's saying is a storm out. I don't see it. I don't look at it like that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside
Oh, that's the
research, okay?
recess. Hold on. Are you talking about when she leaves for the day or for the recess? Because either, I don't consider that a storm out. And that one was a little bit more, a little bit maybe more than the when she leaves for the day. I'm not sure. People exaggerate. I think it's just for like, you know, for views and stuff. And the one where she leaves for the day is even less fast. I mean, that one she's smiling at the guard. I'm not gonna have time to get it right now, but trust me, it's not. I know. I mean, not I know. I'm saying I know people are saying it. I didn't mean like I know. All right, hold on. Let me get this back up. Yeah, to the stream. So yeah, I'm not sure why people well, I know why people, it's for view, you know, it's for the views. They exaggerate. There's so many channels that are they lie. Like there's a couple channels that are flat out lying with their titles, and it's really making me mad because, like I said, some people will look at that. Like my mom, for case in point, doesn't bother clicking on it, but she looks at it and then she thinks that's what's going on. Like, oh, I heard this happen, I heard that happen. I'm like, no, I'm the one of like I'm clicking on it and it's not, and they don't address it, and it's happening still. And there's two channels that are doing it. They have like 1 million freaking subscribers. They're like, well, it's like very big channels, and they're doing it. The one I'm not even gonna name it because I don't want to like I don't want to like be that person. But there's one that I counted like probably like over almost 20 videos of just the Amber stuff, Amber and Donald. That's a flat out lie. And then there's another one that I haven't counted yet. That's another big channel that has over 1 million. And then there's one yesterday that I haven't looked through his channel, but he has a flat out lie title. And then there's the ones about the storming out stuff. So like there's a title yesterday that somebody put out that Amber's facing jail time for perjury, and the way it's worded, it's like, no. And the only reason you're saying that is because Camille's basically called her out for basically lying, you know, in the testimony. But it's so misleading where it sounds like that it's saying like oh, the judge said something, or it's known that she's going to prison. It's like And then there, like, I know I'm repeating it, but there's another one that says, oh, she's going to jail for 7 years. There's a one that says she fired her lawyer. There's one that says the lawyer made her cry up on stand. One that said that lawyer threw her out of court. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I don't understand how, and that's against YouTube policy. Go look at the policy. It's called scamming and something. And you look and it's like you can't mislead. You can't, whatever your title has, it can't be a lie, basically. Go look at YouTube policy. It's under the scamming and something. And it fits right under there. And some of these huge ones have like over 20 of them on just that. Can you imagine like their whole history? They probably lie about everything. It's one thing to exaggerate, get creative with your titles, but when it's a flat out lie and you don't even address it in your title, like the one, she fired her lawyer. You click on it and there's absolutely nothing addressed about anything lawyer or nothing. It's just like a part of the court. Like, you know what I'm saying? When it's like absolutely nothing to do with it, it's that's against policy. I'm sorry. And it just makes me mad. I'm sorry. It's just not right. Yeah, I mean, we could exaggerate a little bit and get creative with our titles, but we can't flat out lie. Or we could ask, like, sometimes I've done it where I ask a question like, is this going to happen or something? And I address it in there. Now, I'm not saying it does happen or it is happening, but it's like something like, ooh, it seems like it. Ooh, you question it. And then I actually even talk about it in there. But you don't just label it as a fact,
Jerry?
like she's going to jail.
Okay.
And then nothing is about it. I don't know. Anyway. Yes, Lonnie. Exactly. And there's so many doing it with this trial that I've noticed. Because I got fooled by so many at the beginning. Now I know not to click on them. Coffee's kicking in, guys. I gotta go get my hair looks a little soft, crusty from that. It's funny. I didn't even get to say hi. I'm sorry, I didn't even get to talk to you guys in chat. I'm over here rambling. So we watched the hug, we watched the guy laugh. Okay, good. Thanks for sending those, Lonnie. Those are good. I got honey in it though, but I have the honey part tucked in my
Seated.
ear.
Continue with your witness.
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony of Raquel Pennington, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
I forgot. We're still on her. Shoot. She's so boring.
I want to talk about the events of May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Walk us through what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
So in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And
Liz Mars?
Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance, Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just stop. Just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
Just the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit to it, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up. To get the fuck up.
Did you let her?
No.
where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did Amber stage anything, to your knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was smashing stuff.
With what?
With a wine bottle.
What other damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
These do, yes.
In your experience, do those photos normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what?
See this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
You know, no, I don't, not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever know Miss Heard to smash glasses on staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing of the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the space between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen islands. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes.
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned and there's papers all over the floor. And
is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
no.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of two photos on the column, the staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging, if you know?
I don't know.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice, you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with, spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh. Oh. It's a picture on the floor.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Did other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Just a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Ms. Pennington?
This is Amber's face. It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right, my left.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
This is Amber's face turned at a slight profile. Her eye is red and bruised. The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you witnessed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
Were there two sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Miss Heard say, express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Now, at some point after May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard filed for divorce from Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I forget, you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the, okay, was it, if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court Pennington 1292, please. And while he's doing that, do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
When?
The day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheekbone, right cheekbone, is a bruise.
And how long after May 21st was this, approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition the morning she, or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slight profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair is behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that Amber did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth exactly as I remember it at all of the points of time.
All right. Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Hurd calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Okay.
And if we may approach just to discuss a couple exhibits.
And that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank God that's over. Oh my gosh. That was painful. That was painful. All right, let me get caught up on what's the chat. Here comes another grifter. Who's this? Another one of her friends? Friend lady, she drove her husband to do that to himself. Just reading some of your guys's Oh, it's over. Oh, because it's done, POV. Is that what you mean? And you notice when they cut, it's probably because the depositions, when it looks like it's like choppy and it's like cuts right in the middle, is because they're objecting, you know, and then they edit the video and they're cutting out, they cut it out, cut different parts out, you know. So they probably just cut off the end. I'm not sure. I was zoning. How did it end? Did it cut off or something? All right, let me see what. Oh, yes, Ashley's awesome. You love isn't the emojis awesome? Or do you like him? I'm glad you like him. Wait, where is the, oh my God, where's that other one? Hold on, guys, have it on. I swear I just saw Ashley, because oh, there you go. Because didn't you just, I swear I just saw it. You too, Ashley, saying you love the emojis, but I don't even know where that is. Where did it go? Where did that go? Well, it's some, oh yeah, there it is. Okay. I read it and then. Oh, thanks. Okay. I know, best mods. We got Tennessee, Mamma Mia. Tennessee, are you still in here? There you are. Tennessee. We do the best Maz. Hey, Iram. Shelly. Oh, you got an Owie, me too. Can the nurse look at my? Oh, an owie. That's what my niece. She says boo boo. I got boo boo, and like she'll have just like a little piece of like a not even a hang, not like a piece of skin that like just a little piece, or it'll just be like red or something. She loves band-aids. She'll be boo 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 boo, and then she want me to put a band-aid on it. She's all happy. So the one time she had probably like she had like 2 on this, 3 on this, another boo 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 boo, and I got a boo boo. She's so cute. And then remember when I had that big like pimple right there? Like this was like a couple months ago. It was like it was just as big and it was so red and I hated it. And we were celebrating her 2nd birthday, so it was in pictures and I had to be around like family, be around everybody with this thing. And I said, "Boo, this is a boo boo." I said to my niece, and she goes, "That's a boo boo," and she's like, "Oh, boo!" She laughed. It's like boo boo. So then, like all weekend, she go boo boo. Oh, I don't know why I'm telling you this story. I'm delirious again today, guys, because I didn't go to bed till like 4, trying to edit stuff, which is basically working, and it was so hard waking up this morning. Like when you wake up and you have that such a tired feeling where it's like you want to go back to bed so bad. You do not want to wake up, and it hurts to almost get up. So probably by the middle of this, I'm going to be delirious. And I'm not going to have Camille's freaking amazing performance to snap me out of it and wake me up like that Monday. Remember, like we're all like about to pass out, and then she comes on and we're like, woo! Anyway, wonder who the live okay, so remember last night they said it's all going to be depositions but one live one. So I wonder who the live witness is going to be. Yeah, he's the one they want me to put a band-aid. Boo boo, put a band-aid. Yeah. She just turned 2. What was wait, today's March. It was in March. She turned 2. So she was almost born March 1st because she was almost born on leap year. It was like one day, like Denise went into labor on the leap year. It was leap year, like the day, February, what is it, the 29th or whatever that day is. She was almost born, and then she was born the next day, and they were hoping that it wasn't till the next day, but she wasn't. But
Are we ready? Not quite? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is Miss Heard calls Joshua Drew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do live in Los Angeles. What is your occupation? I run my own hospitality development consulting firm. Are you also a chef? Not anymore. What, if any, education have you had since high school? I have my Associates of Science in Culinary Arts. And from what institution? Johnson & Wales University. Did you receive a degree from there? I did. In what year? That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife. Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? That would have been June of 2014. And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky? Correct. When was that? That would have been in summer of 2015. Yeah, I believe. Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky?
Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially October of the previous year.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on.
When did you first meet Johnny Depp?
Shortly after I met Amber, I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating.
Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him?
Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment eating burgers and watching movies.
Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night?
I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly for a large portion of it fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time.
Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times?
Yes.
More than 50 times?
Yes.
From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard?
No.
Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her?
No.
Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist?
No.
Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building?
Correct.
Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse One?
Correct.
With whom did you live in Penthouse One?
Raquel Pennington.
From when to when did you live in Penthouse One with Rocky Pennington?
Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Yeah.
Get a hood.
You'll have to bear with me a minute here. So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about October or November of 2015.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse One when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse One in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse One at the time?
Johnny Depp.
While you and Rocky lived together in Penthouse One, did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you or Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1, did you ever notice that there were security personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed
at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find her to be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Ms. Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes. As were we all.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
Did you ever see her strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late. And Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the dinner?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there, Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Heard?
Correct.
Is Whitney Heard Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Heard been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Did you see Amber Heard the next morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did, I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Heard?
Sporadically, yes.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say strike that. You say sporadically, how frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
I'm going to come back to that. When you said you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd, is that because you didn't see any marks on Ms. Hurd, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Hurd reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, you know, her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, you know, reconnect.
Did she mention anything about this lawsuit?
Not in the initial interaction.
How did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to the evening of May 21, 2016, which you had referenced previously. Was Mr. Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white,
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
both.
What did you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1. Took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer. And specifically my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file a complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone, and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side, or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So.
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or no, I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself. In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb. But did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter in I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015,
No.
correct?
Correct.
Did you see Ms. Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say that I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
And were they large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening, it was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. And we came inside. The kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like "all is such a fraud" or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came in, you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen? Withdrawn. Is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you saw these, when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something very, very bad had happened.
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read, you read into the record what it says? Just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there in the top right-hand corner of the photograph, do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph?
No.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It doesn't portend anything good.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? That you let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that we came home late afternoon, early evening, hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check, saw that written on the counter, saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her, bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
And when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as Drew 11. You can see from the top page it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration as Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone. So there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Hurd's face
I did.
in December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Hurd's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there? Do you just to refresh your recollection? You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
It's a deposition, but yes.
Or a very different deposition, whatever.
I'm gonna turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Hurd's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words, again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Hurd's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down, have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining and be pleasant and polite, and her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican spread.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spent enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Okay, I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident. I think you testified earlier that you observed on a number of occasions dog poop or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
So let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10 through 13. This is from Drew 7. Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And then a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door at PH1. And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Within a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what do you recall him saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on?
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're performing on a stage and
It wasn't actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Okay. So you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out of the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it, like I said, how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember Depp bolting the door, and Amber was like catatonic. She was just like 1,000-yard stare, just done. And Raquel was like trying to calm down herself. And I was like, just what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1, if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door at PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Heard.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
You said that Amber, when you saw them, that Amber and Rocky, I think you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point still in your apartment?
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the hole.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it and kind of went back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I'd seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave and say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so two questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5 going up the stairs.
And there, the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
And just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next one.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series. Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on the floor.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, Was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, so we're finding here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection,
Yes.
lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Heard's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
Next page, same thing, Amber's closet.
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one,
The top one, same.
bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO, I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during our lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you in an hour. All right, so we'll come back at 1:45 then. Is that fine? Okay, live witness at 1:45, so we'll take the TV down. Okay, all right, thank you.
All rise.
Oh, I thought I was off mute. Sorry. Yay, live witness. Finally, I'm glad they're doing it right in the middle to keep us awake a little bit. Man, my hair though, guys. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask. There's actually a thing that people do that on purpose. How do they get the honey out of their hair? Because just from having a little bit, like it's like sticky. I don't understand. All right, let me remove this. Yeah, let me do the Oh wait, I forgot I have this other one on now. Okay, I'm back. Anybody merch? I got my merch. I'm advertising, so point that out a couple times. Anyway, so I have a couple. Oh, Kim C, go have lunch. Yes. What's for lunch? What's for lunch? Wait, what do you mean? I know I'm saying like I can't wait to finally they're because these ones are boring, so they're at like putting it in the middle, like like instead of having, let's say they do the live one. Wait, why is that? Hold on a second. What the heck is this up here? That was weird. Anyway, instead of having the live one at the beginning and the rest is all that, or all of that, and then the live one, they're put it in the middle to kind of wake us back up again because these depositions are freaking boring. If it wasn't for the chat, I'd be bored. You guys are keeping me entertained, Like, okay, Batman, come on, shit. No, I know. I have it behind my ear, the part with the honey. Anyway, oh yay! Which one do you have? Awake in the Heart art? Wait, what? Oh, you're saying because what I said earlier about Dr. Curry? Yeah, I told you earlier. Yes, I wrote it. I got honey in it when this morning, and then I tried to get wet, and I tried to wipe it off real quick, and it's like I put it behind my ear, and I wiped it with water and with a paper towel because it was when I already went live. I already started the live. I just ran down to get a coffee and my pita, and I got honey, and so I put it behind my ear, and then I'm feeling it, and it's like it's hard behind here. So yeah, because honey is so like. But no, but like they have those big screens I noticed everywhere is what I'm saying. I didn't notice when we were watching it after the break when they panned out. There's two big screens. There's probably on both sides on the side of the walls, and there's probably a couple in the front that we don't see. So I think, don't you think that they're on like even during the live witnesses where they could see it? Like how they do in like concerts or something where they're seeing the camera angles and they're watching? You don't think so? Because why did I always feel like when I was watching Dr. Curry, it has to be about that comment, right, Bella? You're talking about. I was watching her and I just felt like she was aware it was on her. I don't know, but maybe not. I could be wrong. But like that, man, that's crazy that they put those huge. Like, do you think they just had those TVs in there, or they did it for this trial? I'm guessing because when other time are they going to use it? So you would think that they would just they would put up like the camera angles, like for that too, right? Why not utilize them? I don't know. Who knows? Okay, so let's. Oh wait, did you? Oh, purple. Okay, Awaken Heart. That's the one I'm wanting really bad about. Wait, which logo do you have? Awaken the Heart. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, sorry. Which one do you have? This one? This one looks like it's orange. It's more of a lighter. This one is making it look like almost like a reddish orangish, like a darker orange, but it's actually a little bit of a lighter than what it's coming across as. Okay, so hold on, let me see the chat. Well, I'm just talk to the chat for a little bit, and then I have a few videos to play. We would have done with Dr. Mercury muffins. Yes, I know. Oh, the Love Justice. You have the one that Zeke had on then. The one with the like it's the circle. Is that what you mean? The other design? Because I have this one and then I have another one. It just says Love Justice, and it's like that's what Zeke had on. That guy said he was a survivor. I don't know. Bella, have you ever seen me? Have you ever seen Zeke in that hoodie before? It's like the design. I think you're saying it with Awaken. You have that, right? I have the same one, Awaken. I have the same purple with that logo. But have you? I don't know, Bella. I don't know if it was before. Did you ever get to see him? He looks so cute. I'll try to get him later. He'll probably come scratch it. And with his hood up, he looks so freaking. Oh my god, he's so freaking adorable. I'm sure because I mean, sometime today, I'm sure I'll get him back up when I go back down. Maybe. Yeah, for Batman. Oh, that's what I mean. Oh, so you have seen him. Okay, okay. I didn't know if you saw him with the hoodie. Or what do you mean on video? I'm talking about, did you have on a live or no? They do have kid size, Ashley. I just have to choose them. Like, sometimes I could add them. Sometimes like when I do too many and I choose too many options, like it gets overloaded and then it doesn't load. So I'm always like, okay, I'll add them after I load the ones and I add them like after. And I've been meaning to add. They do have kids stuff. They have other options that I don't add that because I don't know if I could add it. I'm sure I could, but like you get to pick what colors and what options and stuff. So they even have more options of hoodies, more options of long sleeve shirts, short sleeve shirts that I haven't even added. They have tank tops, so I can't add. They have pants. They have like different bags and stuff. They have stuff, yeah, that I haven't added all the options on all of them. But yes, they do have kids, so I will add them if this you think. I wasn't sure if like that would. I'm like thinking, would kids ones sell really? Because there are a lot of kids with a lot of kids. Like I know kids aren't watching it, but with their parents really, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'll add maybe one, a couple or something. Oh, on the yeah, okay, Bella. Okay, so hula booloo. Wait. Hula baloo, hula baloo. I love saying that. Sarah Lee, I got a lot going on today and I missed most of the morning. Anything good, bad come up? Or you believe in her witnesses? No, very boring. Rocky was very like torturous to watch. I know a lot of you guys are probably going to disagree with me on that, but I don't feel like she was lying about anything. Some people think that she was reading a script. I think she was trying to be as honest as what she remembered. It was very boring. I got to admit, this guy that was just on, I was too busy in chat and I wasn't even paying attention. I couldn't even. The first Rocky, I was still like waking up, so I wasn't chatting as much in chat, and I was just kind of getting my coffee in me, and it was hard because I was like zoning, and she's boring, but I caught some of hers. But with this guy, I was just chatting. I don't know. But so I do believe that she is being honest from what she remembers. I do believe. But the thing is why didn't the defense ask her? Because Amber said the huge thing about that thing where he says, get your hand off of, my woman, was like Amber making it seem like he grabbed their hand. Both of the ladies had been playing in that. Because remember, he said almost the same thing about, I could break your wrist or how much it would take to break your wrist. He said a similar thing to both, right? And he grabbed him. Well, she never said that he grabbed her. So obviously that didn't happen. So that's what I'm saying. Like Amber's mixing like truths with lies. Like some of it's true, some of it's lying. She's exaggerating, adding more stuff. So I don't think he grabbed her. And who knows, maybe he was somewhat joking, because it sounded like Rocky was saying that she realized he was serious because of Amber and Amber's reaction. She said she thought he was joking. He walked away. And then because of Amber, what probably Amber told her that she thought he was serious. So Amber could have lied. I mean, maybe he wasn't. I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, is that a big deal that he just said that and walked away? He didn't get violent. I mean, she would have said if he grabbed her, right? So maybe he was just jealous because he had every right. Maybe because she did cheat on him. So he was extra jealous because he didn't trust her. So maybe he was. Oh, well, jealousy gets the best of us, you know? But if he didn't physically like grab her and get like that, then I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Jealousy is not a crime, you know? So why didn't I wish the defense would have asked? I know they can't cross examine or anything, but like when they were talking about those incidents, unless I missed it because I did zone out sometimes, but when it was Camille, right, that was questioning her, I think, if I remember right, did she talk about this instance and did she ask him? I don't remember. Maybe she did. Remind me. I think that would have been yesterday when it happened. And that was like at the end, and I probably missed it. Did she ask about that instance? And did she specify if he grabbed her? You guys remember? Um, wait, what? Ashley, what are you talking about? Let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, so you think she was lying? So I'm just trying to catch up on chat. Exactly, the stories are changing. Yeah. Why is your skin never broken? Our cats. Okay, so. Felicia, good morning. I know, that's what I don't understand. Hey, Natalie, good morning. What pictures? I don't know what you're talking about. What pictures? Oh, yeah, it's the same ones. It's the same ones. There's a couple where you see the blood coming out, then the one that you see is like, I mean, they've been showing those. I mean, I could try to get them. Yeah, maybe I'll get them when I'm playing something else, but it's nothing. I don't feel like I've seen all those pictures before, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, just give me a minute. So but that's what I don't understand. Those pictures that are supposed to be from the same incident, why does some of them she does have something on her lip and some she doesn't? Like her lip looks totally different in some of them and it's supposed to be from the same instant. And that's what I'm confused on that. You know what I'm saying? Did you guys notice that? Like even some of them where they're saying, yeah, that it's on her lip and you don't see it. And then some you do see it. But so I'm confused. Is that because they're not even taken from the same day or what? I know, Ashley. I'm gonna try to make it a point then to do something like at least a couple times a week in the day in the morning. Because it's nice getting up and having like something to do like on a schedule. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just being so just at least maybe like one day a week on a schedule or something. It's kind of nice. It forces me to, you know, do it. Yeah, that's true. So if that's the case, then would Rocky know? Because then maybe Rocky is lying, or would she just maybe not know and she got fooled by Amber too? I don't know. Like I said, I could be totally wrong about her. Maybe she is lying because I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. I just felt like I thought she was probably just telling the truth from the best that she knew. But who freaking knows? She might be a manipulator and a liar too. I mean, we don't know. Being friends with her, being able to put up with her for so long, you would think. Hula boo, hula boo. Hey Lonnie, what's up? What's up? Already. Hey, Tony, good morning. Do you have to pick a swollen bottom lip? Zavgirl, that one is the worst fake photo. Okay, which one? The one that you just... Yeah. Well, we got the Chad and Lori trial is going to start October 11th on my birthday. It's going to start. It's supposed to start, but who knows if it's going to get pushed back. So that's going to be like, I think that's going to be like a couple months trial. I think they took off for that, like in court where they scheduled it like a couple months. I'm pretty sure. So that's going to take up a lot of time. And I feel like there is another one coming up. Let me know, so we could do it. And Law&Crime always has them. So maybe I should just do the next one. You know what I'm saying? The next trial, if it's interesting. I could, right? Okay, so the one they showed yesterday? Okay, let me look. Is it so you guys want to look at those? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Hey, Halo S. Good morning. Good morning. Or I should say good afternoon. It's the afternoon now. Yes, Al Anders, 10-11. Man, I'm saying a lot. Shoot, I shouldn't even have brought that to everybody's attention because you know when somebody points out something and then you can't stop hearing. Oh, God. Okay, so let me look at the pictures. So just the pictures from yesterday or today? Let's see here. I could probably just actually even just type in, hold on a second. Probably you just Google them instead of trying to go through the video, but I can if, let me see. Hold on. I'll see what this brings up. If not, I'll just get the, yeah, because this looks like it has most of them. Let me know if these are any of them. Here, we'll go through these. 1 second. I mean, or, yeah, because I feel like it will, I don't know if it will be either. Hold on, I guess I'll just get the, so you're saying yesterday's pictures, not today? Because if we wanted to do, hold on. Here. We'll go through today's real quick pictures and then we could go, we'll go through yesterday's. I'm gonna put it on look, I have a bigger marks than her right there, and I just get them randomly, like after when I wake up, they'll just be like, and then it'll go away. You know what I'm saying? Like you can, like if you rub your face, you can make things look like somewhat. I mean, some of them are real bruises, or at least it appears like it. But some are just like red. Like you could go like this and rub it, or just, you know, hold on, let me get. All right, shoot. We'll just skim through some of these pictures and you guys could tell me which one you're talking about or which ones you want to see, I guess. Okay. So let's just try to find some pics. And then we'll get, what time is the lunch back? 1:40 or what time? Now I forget. Okay, here's one. Where did it go? Hold on, guys. There's one. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but this one, it may be because it's really hard. I guess you could see a little bit of mark, but it almost looks like in this picture that her lips are just chapped right there. You know, before you put chapstick, they're just kind of chapped. On this one, it does, but it's hard because it's the shadow right there. It's really dark. So that's kind of hard to see on that one, but it doesn't look like some of these other lip ones. I'll show you. There's the famous cut hair that appears to be cut. Yes, yeah. You could like sleep on it a certain way and get bigger marks than some of those, like the redness parts. Now the bruises, that's different, but you know. No, because, well, that's what I'm saying. So should I do the pictures? No, because it's a video. I'm just going through this video. So no. But I mean, I could just go Google the pictures if you want, but I'm not sure which one you guys want to see. That's the thing. So these are from yesterday. I'll just stop at all of them. And then I'll find the one on Google so we could zoom in, but I just want to see which ones for sure we want to look at, like which ones were brought up. Hold on. So here's one. That one doesn't, dude, this is supposedly supposed to be almost the same day, right? Look, there's like nothing. Yeah, well, we could zoom in a minute. I'm just gonna show you. Yeah, I mean, and then watch from today's pictures, like where you do see something on her lip. So how is that even from the same day? You know, like it's just like a mild chapped lip, kind of. So now you could see a little bit of a mark. But do you know how easy that is to just like get a piece of, if your lips are chapped, and like pull it to make it look like that? If you're trying to do it, just pull the skin off of a chapped lip and then it would bleed and look red. I mean, you really could. I'm not saying she did that, but I'm just saying that isn't a really hard injury to get on your lip. I'm sorry, it's not. So there's that. So these are these are like the same ones. Oh, this is from today. Never mind. I was about to say these were the same ones from today, but these are today's. I'm silly, right? So there's that. I mean, is this what you guys want to look at, right? Okay, so then you got that. Yeah, like what? Okay, what? A chapped lip? I mean, I see a little bit. I don't know. It's not that to me. As far as the lip doesn't see much. I do see the bruising under her eyes in some pictures. That I don't. Not right there. Where did the bruise go? Where did the bruises go right there? Isn't this because that mark right there? So that's from the same incident, right? So are they claiming that that's from like way after when the bruises went away already, or what? Because right there, nothing. So how are you going to go from right there where there's no bruises under your eye to that one where it does look like there's bruises under your eye, if that's from like the same incident? This is where I'm not, unless if one of them is from like before the bruises showed up, but no, because it's not even like swollen or red or anything. And she was saying she took these pictures the day, that night and the day after, remember? Isn't that when she said she took them? So yeah, something just doesn't match up. Like these pictures don't look the same. I mean, I think that's what everybody's having an issue with, because in some it looks like this, and some it looks like that. And why aren't they matching up if it's the same thing? No, I know, Bella, there isn't, but there is one picture that does kind of look like a little bit of swelling in the bruises, but there's something off about these because they're not matching though. So it makes you wonder. Here, I'll show you the one I'm thinking there's possible. Let me know what you guys think. Hold on. Did it possibly look like there's a little bit of swelling a little bit maybe, but I could be wrong. It's hard to tell. Let me find it. Now this is ridiculous. That looks like you could just rub your eye, or that's even from flat out crying. Like holding your finger, crying would do it. Or if she wanted to make it look like it, you could just irritate it. So this is ridiculous right here. I mean, I don't see anything weird, or that it could be blush. So that's an exaggeration. That's true, Bella. Good point. Yeah, it could be. It could. You're right. You're right. Hey, Jennifer, what's up? Shrimp pie, you told me about. Hey, Christian. Hey, Londoner. Wait, I heard spoke to her lawyer after first cops arrived, told her she could be kicked out along with her parasite friend Rocky. and Josh. So they staged the scene. Huh. So then I guess that would give Rocky a motive to lie. Because remember, Rocky said in this testimony that she saw Johnny mess the stuff up. Like as he left, knock all the stuff. Remember? So I don't know. Maybe she is. Who knows? We don't know much about her. Like, is she this Rocky? Like, maybe she's a pathological lie. I mean, who knows? Okay, so let's see what. I don't know. It was too, I guess I shouldn't have even have said that. It's too little for me to say if she was telling the truth or not. I mean, Rocky. So this is that. Then we all saw that. Is this supposed to be from the same incidents of the Australia thing? Because that looks totally different than the other marks. I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what that was? Remind me, like the one when she went to get the TRO. Yes, it would have. Wait. That was right after his died. Maybe that was a different incident. Is it? Where she's in the court with the bruise. Is that a different incident than the Australia incident where he headbutted her? Can you guys remind me? Okay, so okay, so that's all. Yesterday, I don't know. You guys really want to look at more pictures? I feel like we've basically seen them, over and over. But if you do, let me know. I mean, we can. Oh, this is. Hold on a second. This one is from what? Hold on. I guess CBS. Okay. All right. So, yeah, bad chap. I know. Like I've had worse chap. Well, I don't know, but yeah, it just looks like chap lips. Oh. So I yeah, and she lived there, right? No, I know that's for the tiara, but I'm asking what incident was that supposedly he created that? Was that the Australia incident or was that a different incident is what I'm asking when she went and got that with the bruise on her face at the court. Can you guys remind me? I don't know why I'm having trouble keeping all straight. Well, I just because I'm busy watching this and then I zone out on pieces of her weight. Yeah. The bar area plans. Caitlin, hey! Okay, so well, do you want to watch did you want to see the barroom pics? Well, I feel bad if there's requests. They're different. Wait, I think they're different too because I'm thinking the TRO was after his mom died, remember, right? And then he went on tour. He was going on tour with his band, and then when he was out of town. So this would have, I'm pretty sure it would have been a different incident, you know? But do you really want to see those, Londoner? Look, I feel like I'm her right now with with that. Wait a minute. When is it supposed to start again? Let me refresh this page. Keep it refreshed. Oh, that's a countdown for when they do the interview, I think. No, we can, because I just have some like little short interview clips, but it's probably not going to take the whole time. But I don't remember. Did they say 1:45 or 2 o'clock was going to be break? But that still gives us a half hour, you know? Let me know. You guys are I'm entertaining you guys, so. 1:45, okay. Here's the. No, it's just we've already saw those. Okay, so let me see what else we could play here. Or we could watch. Hey, Jacob. I know mine's worse. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right. All right, let me see what I got here. Download. I have a couple interviews, just old ones. Or we could okay, so here's the options. We could either watch a few old interviews I have of Johnny, or we could watch like some clips of yesterday, Camille's performance yesterday. It's up to you. Let me know. I'm good either way. I'm gonna wait till what you guys say, and we'll do it whatever you want. You can watch watch some of the good. I know. Trying to find. Where do I have it at? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me know. Anybody? Nobody's listening. Well, see, that's what I'm nervous to do, like commercials and stuff, because the copyright. So that's why, because Gailey wanted me to do, that other one. I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous for that. Yeah, let's just do the Camille then. What'd you have for lunch, Linda? I want the picture just one time before you play anything. I want the picture. I want the picture. Wait, what picture, Kenzie? Hurry up, tell me. Juggle, okay. I don't know how to juggle. That's one thing I don't know how to do. Ooh, what are you painting awake in the art? I miss doing my art. I have a bunch of blank canvases I bought when I first moved home. I'm like, I'm going to try to do this. It'll give me something to do. And I have them in my closet and I never used them. And all my things that because I would be, when I was getting high and I would stay up for days and I was like, with my perfectionist, like I had, it would take so long for each thing, and I spent so many hours on like these canvases I did, and because they're so detailed, and I did them with the pens. I did them with the gel pens. Can you imagine coloring in canvas with gel pens? Like, it took forever because it just like, when you're doing like the gel pens where they like leak out and then it gets like, you have to get them flowing again. But anyway, so I spent hours and they're in storage. I lost them all. Lost all of them. I'm just so mad because I spent so many hours doing them and I love them, and yeah, don't have them. Except the ones I made for friends, they have them. They have theirs, but anyway, and then all my pictures and stuff. I lost so much important stuff in my storage. Oh, thank you. And good for you too, Linda. Oh, the picture of Elaine. You talking about the one from Wait? Oh, okay. Hold on. This? Are you talking about this? The the one where she was the fan and oh yeah, Kenzie, that was you that was giving me a hard time messing with me, right? That's right. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Why was I thinking? Okay. Okay. Yeah. um. Oh wait. What did you? Okay. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Everybody share. And yeah, thank you, Linda. Did I say thank you? And good, congrats on yours too. Okay, so hey, please be kind, rewind. I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Wait, that's a super chat. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. So sweet. Oh, send it to me, Shelly. Send it to me. Oh, thanks, Nev. Send it. If you have a picture or anything, please send it. We could share it. Okay, so let me take this back off and then we're not gonna have much time for Camille, but oh well, we're having fun just talking, right? But Linda, what did you have for lunch? Did you answer? Oh yeah, you were getting the biggest kick out. I know. It's hilarious. Like when I see that, like when it's just why just like seeing her makes me laugh because especially now more than ever because like yesterday was hilarious. So yeah, let's watch some of the yesterday. Hold on a second. Hold on. Can we? I almost want to watch just the part where she's objecting and Lane's getting so on redirect. I almost want to watch that. Hold on. That's just too funny. Okay, wait, let me make sure I have everything. Yeah, so I have that going, and so I could just add it. So I could see what's going on. Okay. So let me take this down and let me get the, hold on. I'm gonna get the can we do redirect? Just to get a laugh. Hold on. Oh my god, it cracks me up. Okay. Long time. So we'll do redirect video. Johnny Depp's. Hold on, I'm just finding the redirect one. Where is it? Recap. Several times. But I want the whole redirect. Hold on. Amber Heard. Cross. Notes difference. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the one where it's the redirect. Oh yeah, when then she mimics. That's the other video I wanted to do, but it looks like Law and Crime is all in it. I wanted to do when she mimics Johnny's voice too. That was one of the things I wrote down for an idea. Anyway, yeah. No, no, he's not. Hold on. I'm sure he's. God, he can't. He can't even like look out the window. She has to like be with him every second. Where? I don't know. I'm trying to find redirect. I guess we'll just do the 2-minute. They have a like a 2-minute thing. We could just watch that, I guess. But man, I wanted to do the whole thing. Why am I having trouble finding it? I don't want to like go through the whole live and find it, but I guess I can. Well, let's just watch this 2-minute thing because how long? Yeah, we don't. Let's do this first. Okay, hold on. This is just the one that Law and Crime did where it says how many times she object, but it's not the whole thing. But let's just. Okay. Wait, why isn't that? Hold on, guys. Why isn't that sharing? Because I don't have it shared. That's why. Wait, that's not. Oh my God. Hold on, guys. I shared the wrong one. So it's this. It said count how many. Where did it go? I don't. Cross. Mimics the voice. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go to the live and like find the spot. They don't even have the redirect long. Like usually they have. They're on it, you know? All right, we'll just go. Hold on, guys. I'm getting there. Okay, so here we go. I got it finally. So share after so long. Okay. All right, here we go, guys. Sorry this took forever. Okay, so you guys ready? I'll probably have to skip through it.
Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was try and get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Man, we're not.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I
Honor.
spoke about it.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Never mind.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the verification process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
the first one.
Sustained.
Okay.
Kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
Can defendants exhibit 1581L? I'm sorry?
Oh, shoot. Skip.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's leading, it's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist?
hearsay.
I'll sustain
Your
your
Honor,
objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just showed that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? This is, again,
I love it. You go. Yeah. Put the objection emojis up, guys. Objection emojis. Since we didn't have them yesterday. Gosh, I wish we did. Hold on. I want more. Shoot, we still
To
got
the medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce,
objection
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection leading calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It's leading. Next
And
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
let's,
the witness could be instructed not to answer until I've
All right.
lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077? Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
damage.
All right. When there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right. I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely did that.
It's leading. It is leading question though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Foundation, hearsay.
What if anything?
Oh
It's
my
not the cure-all.
God.
It's sustained.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, baby boss, they're on break. We got like 8 more minutes.
What, if any,
So
production
we just thought we
did you make
get a laugh out of Elaine.
to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your
Given-
Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know
Oh, hey, general
whether
awareness.
the medical
So-
records from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm
I'm
asking.
overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Amanda P. I know you would think she probably
And-
fired her after this.
Do you
I wouldn't
recall?
want to see. I wish I could have saw.
I'm trying.
She just can't do
What,
it.
if
trying.
anything,
Think of how to answer.
did the medical records
Oh my God.
reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
That
Yes.
was the wait. That
Please
was the time, you
describe
guys, that I
those to
said it
the
looked
jury.
like she was wanted to laugh.
I have
Hold
a
on.
bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to
I'm
the
gonna
extent it
watch
calls
it
for
again.
hearsay.
Hold on. Tell
And
me
lack
if
of-
it kind of looks like she wants to laugh right there. I'm gonna look at it. That was the thing that I noticed last time, but I don't know if I'm just imagining it. Let me rewind. Maybe it's not. I think that was the part where I thought initially. I was thinking, oh, did she want to laugh? Amber, I'm talking about.
Did the medical
me see.
records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
No.
Do you
Well,
have
maybe.
injuries to your nose?
Yes.
I don't
Please
know if that's
describe
the
those to the
part.
jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to the,
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
We'll,
She can certainly testify to.
Oh my god.
we'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh my god.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't, but I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Oh no, nine. She looks annoyed
Now,
now,
you
but
were
I'm just saying there's a
asked
split second somewhere. I don't know if that was what I
About
noticed
December
before.
15,
It's like- I'm talking about
2015.
like a split second that looked like she
And Ms.
wanted to laugh.
Vasquez suggested
But
that
no,
you
she's
did not
definitely
report the abuse or the
so
injuries
annoyed
to
in
Aaron
general.
Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor, leading.
That's why it's so
Your Honor, I'm
funny.
entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez
It's-
asked.
The objection is
Sure
leading.
she
I'll
is.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
Approach.
Man, I need to go get some lunch. I don't know what to eat though. What are you guys eating? See, we got what, 4 minutes? Oh wait, what just happened? I think I just, oh well. I think I just pushed the wrong button. We'll just wait because it's about to start. I'm sorry. Somehow it skipped to the next video, but I'm just gonna. We could probably watch. I'm actually gonna do like compilations of stuff, so it'll be all good. I didn't mean to do that though. I promise. If you notice, she pulls that side of her right bottom lip in, which, yeah. We the big say, give me peace. Hot Cheetos. I know, is it? It's like Mark Meany. It's where it's like, gosh, he seems like he's so inexperienced. That's what I was gonna do. Go over. Gailey had sent me like a, what is it about Camille, but now I don't have time. Oh well, gosh, today at lunch we had more than we had. Like, we didn't have trouble finding stuff to talk about or do, but I guess we have one more day this week, so we could still always do, yeah, watch those videos another time, or next week too. Turkey mashed potato. Oh, that sounds good. My stomach, I'm so hungry. Let me make sure that. All right, it's about to start. What? It's about to start. Oh, we got a live witness now. Shoo! And now I'm gonna go down and get something to eat. I wish I would have. This would be our only live witness for the day. Don't worry, I'm looking. I got the channel on the screen down here. It hasn't, at least Law&Crime hasn't started theirs. Yeah, and either has, what channel is this? I forget, CBS or something that I have on this just for a backup if Law&Crime, you know how Law&Crimes go out right there. Yeah, look, seriously, if I rub this a little bit, it would be way worse than Amber's. And it's nothing, it's just the way I slept on it. Oh. I should take pictures like for tomorrow. I got 1 minute. Okay, here, I'll add it. Put this banner because I'll do the double or no, we're not doing this one. We're gonna do this one because it was bothering. I basically altered because I only made one of these to fit the dimensions, but I basically altered it by going in and changing the colors and filters and stuff. So that's actually the same thing, but what I did in the editor, like just different. I don't know, because it was bothering somebody. Which color do you like, this one or this one? So either put number one or this one. So put number 1. Wait, I want to see something. Let's go between these two. Number 1 or number 2? Put what one you want. Number 1 or 2? Which one do you want? He is cute. Jerry Judge was cute. He was a cute guy. First one? So wait, which one was the first one? I forget. Wait, which one was the first one? This one? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? So let me see. I just saw some 1. Oh, we got a couple different ones, but I feel like there's more ones. Okay. So 1 it is for right now. All right, guys, let's get back into it. I'm about to go get some lunch, so I mean, just go find something to eat. I'll probably just have another pita or something. One is cool, 2 is hot. That's true. That's a good point. That's yeah, I get what you're saying, General Sorrow. Definitely. And we had number 1 on or number 2, we had the hot one on before for a lot of it earlier. So yeah, we'll do cool today. We'll do cool right now.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Enriquez to the stand.
All right. Come forward, ma'am.
I know.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and the penalty of the law? I do.
Her sister.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's
Will you
Whitney,
please
right?
state your name for the record?
Whitney Enriquez,
And where do you live?
in Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn who's just over 2 months old.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, and Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know, and frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right, as a foundation, if you want to lay a
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
That when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled, this one.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, fun, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart condition.
Okay, other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her throughout the entirety of their relationships, all the same thing.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she
sustain
make
the
about?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, and then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly, I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to her health?
Amber was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would administer medication. And, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication. And from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control.
As to control, but paid for, I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. She lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones or, whatever. And at some point she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. Too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that, he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and yeah, it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, a completely different version. He was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. His speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry, and he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore. Fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in, and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke, and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke, and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there, and he was wearing glasses. He had, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her, and, everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician. So he then starts rambling on about, he knows what her father's up to, and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point.
All right. Next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen, and she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back, and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But but he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him, and she kind of embraces him from behind, and he's just like, fuck off, and continues to say these things about her. And again, we sat there forever, and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So but he insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut. But again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. Okay. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly. So I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched or, if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not often to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car, and he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
Okay. So during the year 2013, what, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them?
Yes.
Objection,
Okay.
Your Honor. Same objection.
Next question.
That's fine. That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to take you to June 2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event? with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes, yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme. So it was kind of fun to see, you know, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, you know, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, you know. And then I drank too much and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, you know, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor, here.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things, things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday at the same time or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it. And so that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and you know, it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night, I can't remember exactly, but at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. It missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your Honor, lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Next question.
So you can't tell us about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not after to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain
Your
the
Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane. After I left London, by the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
Just go on, just don't talk about what you weren't party to. You got
Okay,
there,
yes.
please tell the
Okay,
jury.
objection, go ahead.
Okay, please tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his, assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015. And at this time, were you living at the penthouse suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
When approximately did you move into the penthouse suites?
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 14, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
Overruled. Go
Thank you. Please continue.
She said something.
She said overruled. It's okay for you to say what.
Oh, sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. I was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So I go to PH5 where Johnny, Debbie, and Travis were all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course I'm cheating on her, you know, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH 5. So she is, it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there, it's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying, you know.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth. Thank you. Please continue.
They're saying horrible things to one another. Fuck you. You know, he's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, you know, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs. Was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who where is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and I are all in the little mezzanine area. And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking, or I'm standing up there, I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs. And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one. And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks have been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. Like the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Okay, and it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe,
Objection,
just
Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds.
All right, you want to approach? I'll just take a look.
So this is, can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yes.
Thank you. So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay, and then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here all of her clothes are on the floor, her shoes.
Okay, thank you. And we're up to the next one. Could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same, clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So,
okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
that's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just more clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Depicted here.
Same thing, just more clothing racks that were toppled over.
All right. And we go to the next one.
And this is the kitchen area. This is the taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Okay, and if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue thing is, it was broken. That's what's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Yes, February 2016. She texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. Johnny showed up very, very late, and he was drunk when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but there came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, just funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. We had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass. We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
And I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. Whenever at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
No.
Okay. I'm going to jump forward to talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim. What, if any, observations did you make about how the statements, we're talking about the three statements that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or...
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
She was devastated by these. To say that they're not true, it devastated her. And also, we had just buried our mother. So Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you. Please continue.
These statements devastated her. They devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Enriquez. We haven't met before. My name's Rebecca Lecaros. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case. You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her?
Of course.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other, for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr.
It's froze. Hold on, guys. Sorry, hold on. Give me 1 minute. Let me see what's going on. It's froze. Oh, hold on, guys. I have it on my other one. I'm going to refresh it. It still froze. Hold on. Let me go. Oh, I have the other one up. All right, hold on. I'm going to have to put it on the other one. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Zeke. Zeke just came. Hold on. It doesn't start by the time I put it on. I got the other one. I don't know how much farther to go back, though. Okay, hold on. Let me see. It didn't start yet, huh? All right, let me add this one. Don't leave, guys. We'll catch right back up. Hold on. We're only going to be in a minute behind. It's share audio. Hold on, Zeke. Zeke's waiting for me. Hold on, Bubba. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully this is about, now it's about to start, huh? I don't know. Should I play this one? Well, yeah, let's just do this for right now. I guess.
And you love her, of course.
It's not as loud, though.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
Your father, sister would protect you. Sure. And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Hold on, we're right behind.
You're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
It's back on Law&Crime. I don't know, but then we're going to be behind
when I can,
now.
of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments.
I'm going to go, excuse me, I'm going to go back to the other ones because it has the double screen. It's back up and running. Okay, so hold on. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Let's play this one. It should be fine. Hold on, Zeke. Zeke's just waiting for me to. Okay. Let me press play.
I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
Wait, should we rewind it? Well, am I a little bit behind? Hold on. Should I
You talked a
rewind it
little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Hold on. I think we missed some of it, right? Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Let me rewind it a little bit. Oh, no, that's exactly where it picks up. Okay.
Metaphorically. But yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. That's where it picks up, so we'll just watch it.
Yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So he'd been
ignoring.
fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp?
I did. Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now knowing what I know.
But that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was,
I don't know,
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions?
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him?
Of course.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And That fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still love Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. Those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
She loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence, so we'll just show that to the witness. I've got this, if I might approach, Your Honor, I have this in redacted and unredacted.
Okay.
You want to come forward?
Sorry, what do you guys think so far? She looks, or she sounds a lot like her. I missed some though when I was going downstairs and stuff. I kind of got, my mom was talking to me, so I kind of got sidetracked. Tell me what's been going on. Is there anything huge? I mean, I heard some of it. Did she say that she saw Johnny actually hit her?
Pull up 1283. Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, we can go to the third page, please.
Do I have control of this or no?
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you. And we can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. Mm-hmm. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at.
Yes. So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
You can take that down.
Oh.
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple. Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something. Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening, it wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Never mind, I withdraw that objection.
Okay, withdrawn. All right. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, it did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
You know who Jennifer Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right?
May 2015? Yes.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of the relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, she may be.
Is subject to recall? No. Okay, all right, ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay? Thank you. All right.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is another deposition designation.
Okay.
It's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one is about 45 minutes.
Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and, it's early, but why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, though? That way we can get everything ready for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research, and don't talk to anybody. So that's 45 minutes, and what do you have another?
Yes, then we have another one.
It's another
We have
deposition?
We have a few more.
Okay, so they're both depositions.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are depositions.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't need any other items from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
Positions. Gosh darn it. Oh, I feel like I want to nap, but I feel like I gotta edit. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna stop being a baby. Anyway, so let me go shut my door. I'll be right back. Let me remove this right here. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna take that off. Give me 1 minute, go. Wait, that's okay. Hold on one second. All right, guys. Oh, so I haven't even finished my graham crackers. I finished like a whole thing of those blueberries. All righty, so we are back. We are back. Let me got that. Let me do this banner. Okay. I don't know, 15 minutes. It's probably not worth just even watching a or I guess we can watch some of that, the objection part. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Or we could just talk. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. Wait, hold on a second. Let me see something. Okay. Where am I at here? I mean, we could try to watch the rest of that objection, the direct, or even, like I said, I am going to do compilations. So, oh, thanks for real Batman. Yeah, we can just chat. So, are you a DJ, Francis? The DJ? We got a DJ in the house. Oh, why am I like constantly hungry? Like, normally I don't like, I feel like I'm not constantly like eating through the day, but since this trial, I've been like wanting food all day. I mean, I know this was why I eat breakfast. I guess that's normal, but I usually don't eat lunch. You know what I'm saying? I'm usually just like eat breakfast and dinner, but I'm usually not up this early. That's probably why. That's why. Never mind. Now that I'm getting up early, so I'm eating breakfast way earlier, so I am getting hungry for lunch. So I'm saying, like, I feel like I'm eating way more on these trial days because I'm eating an extra meal. Huh. Mm. Um. Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Shelly. Maybe. Mm. All right. Oh. Wait, are you making fun of me, Jacob? What do you mean, blah blah blah? You don't like to listen to me talk? I don't know. Shelly, I love those. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, that's true, Ashley. It's excitement. It's like watching a movie. Yeah, maybe. It's do you know how? Oh, I don't even want to talk about how many suckers I ate last night editing. Like, I threw them away during the when I went down there one of those times. I think was it for one of the breaks or when I went to get to lunch. You don't even want to know how many suckers I ate. So how I ate a couple during the live yesterday, and then when I was editing, oh my god, I don't even know. I don't. Let me think if I count on my head. Probably like 7. Just yeah, I know it's bad. I don't normally eat that many, but then plus the ones I ate during the live. Somebody needs to take these away from me. I'm gonna have no teeth, and I'm gonna be rolling out of here. So I probably ate like 11 suckers yesterday altogether. Don't judge, please. Yeah, I know it's ridiculous. No, I know. Has anybody ever eaten that much? You know what? I was just realizing the honey, I don't even know. I feel like I was feeling because everything's opposite, so I get confused on here. So in reality, like if I think about it in my head, wait, that would be right. No, I was doing. No, it was this side. Wait a Wow, that had my mind all mixed up. When I was just sitting here watching this, I was thinking, wow, I was feeling the wrong side. But because I was thinking in my head and I was never mind. You guys aren't even understand. It's too much. It's too much. It's my silly. Oh, I'm not even gonna finish. Anyway, live a little. Wait, what does living a little mean to eat 11 suckers? I don't feel it anymore though. That's the thing. It was how did it where did it go? I don't know. I need to wash my hair though. I would need to wash it anyway. I don't know. It's not sticky anymore. I don't know where it went. It was sticky earlier. Anyway, this is my right hand. But the thing is, it's not backwards to you guys. Even as Bella, we try to explain it. It's not backwards to you guys, right? Because everything is right. This does look like what would be the right hand, right? And the words aren't backwards, but it's backwards because I don't know even how to explain it. When you're on StreamYard, I guess it's because, like, for instance, it's not like a mirror. Like when you would look in a mirror and you would do this, right? If I was looking in a mirror and I'd wave, my arm would be over here. I know it makes no sense, but it's just the way you're looking at StreamYard. So it's flipped, but it's not really flipped. So wait, what hand does this look like to you? Right? Right? It's not backwards. It's right? Let me know real quick. But looking at it, I don't even know how. I can't even make sense. Even Bella can't. We can't understand then it's not flipping it, but yet it's still backwards to us. Wait. So, like, in the mirror, this should be over here. Like, my hand should be over here. but it's the opposite. It's over here, like on the video. It's just on the opposite side. So my right hand, like you guys are seeing, it's on the left hand side of the screen. So when you're trying to determine, everything's opposite for me, for us, the people that are on the StreamYards when you're looking. So if you try to determine like which side, so it just makes it confusing because like when I was trying to straighten out my shirt, it's the opposite. So it's hard. I can't describe it. I know you're looking at it and you're like, it's the right side. That's just no, it's not like looking in a mirror. It's like the opposite of looking in the mirror. Everything's flipped for us. So yeah. No, I know it is my right hand, but I don't know. Hopefully you guys are understanding. Like it's not, when I go like this, it's on the opposite side. I don't know. So it's just hard to like touch yourself. No, it sounds funny to touch yourself. But like to do certain, like when you're trying to like do something on you because it's not like a mirror. It's like, I don't know. Oh, you wouldn't know until you experience it yourself. So oh yeah, sister, but I mean for us, like for me, like if you're, you know what I'm saying, let's say you're looking in the mirror to do something and so you know where everything's at. But when you're looking in the here, it's not like it's opposite. So you don't know where stuff's at. You know, so it's like if you're looking, you're just like, wait, where uh, yeah, I don't know. I'm like, to be honest, I have probably absorbed like 10% of this so far because most of the time, like I'm in chat. So when I'm in chat, I'm just like having fun with you guys and I'm just, or if I'm like going down to get food or I'm eating or whatever, or Zeke, I don't know. I haven't been absorbing that much. So I don't even know. Is that bad? I don't know really what's going on. I mean, I do, but you know what I mean. No, I don't. No, I don't. I mean, I know who they are, but I'm not hearing like the details of anything. Oh well, what are you gonna do? It's a long day, you know, and all week, so you know, I'm gonna have those times, right? When it's not like when it's boring, it's just it's hard. Should I? Yeah, I'll just chat. I could always play it tomorrow. I know I'm zoning out more today than I feel like I'm zoning out more today than I even did that Monday when I was. But actually, never mind. I got Monday. I got just as much sleep today as I did Sunday night going into Monday. Like 3 hours. Well, I went to bed at like 4. And I got up at like 7:30. So, well, 3.5 hours. That's about around the amount I got Sunday too when I was all delirious. So, you know, that makes sense. I was gonna say like I'm absorbing less, but yeah, because I mean the lack of sleep, and we don't have like that extra pick me up at the end. You know, like with Camille, we had that like the last couple hours when she came. We're like, yes. Oh, thanks, Polythene Pam. Polythene Pam. Polythene Pam. Thank you so much. I barely heard one word in 3 days. Mystery, you're killing me. No, but you heard when Camille, though, right? You were on it there. So, like that, you know, yesterday, and that was Monday. Oh, wait. When did she start? Is it Monday? Tuesday. Wait. When did the cross exam? Monday, but I thought that the cross exam. Oh no, that was the whole. Never mind. Okay, yeah, that was like the only one that I really absorbed. I absorbed a little bit of Rockies here and there, a little bit of this one, but not really. The most I heard about Whitney's is okay. She had her dad hit her growing up, hit her and her sister. Johnny. I don't even know what did she say about him. I guess the most crazy thing is the most that I absorbed was Rockies somehow. Maybe because that was right at the beginning and I was fresh or something. But then I barely had my call. I don't know. I was still half asleep, but I could remember more of Rockies than anybody's. It's not not in the whole trial, just for today. I mean, in today's day. But still not compared to like other witnesses, I barely absorbed any Iraqis, but as far as all the witnesses today, I don't even know who that other guy was. I probably heard one word he said. Was his name Josh or something? I don't even know. I think the only thing I heard is I feel like he was Amber's friend. I might have heard that. That's about all. I was just in chat. What else did he say? I know he had like a tattoo on his hand and he looked familiar to me and he had glasses and brown hair. That's all. I don't know. Oh, Kelly, where have you been? This is the first time I saw you. Yeah, what did he even say? I have no idea. Oh, we're back. Oh no. This one's back, but the court TV's not yet. So we'll just watch this until the court TV or court TV, Law&Crime. I'll switch it over when they come. Even though like Law&Crime just seems to have the most technical difficulties, but it's probably because they're using all the cameras. Maybe. Do you think? And that number one, because they do have the most people probably in their chat. That's one of the reasons, I'm sure. And also because they're using all the cameras. Maybe the more technology, the more, difficulties maybe, right? The more issues. So that might be why. Is that froze? But I'll switch it over. Because I mean, it's worth it to me because you get all the cameras. You get to see everybody's reaction. So I mean, I prefer it. You just have to go through the bumps, whatchamacallit. Oh, wait, I have this on mute.
MARZ.
MARZ. Thank you.
Look, they're not even back yet. Law&Crime.
Please state your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015, 16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
I don't remember.
More than 4 times?
No. No.
In 2015 and 16, do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you, Ms. Mars, that you testified that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
Would you agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since Texas, when you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her? You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks?
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes.
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
To assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion, and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices, or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him.
Okay.
Following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry. And yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5 and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here." Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was, it felt, yeah, combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Ms. Pennington, you came out of your hiding spot and then went to Ms. Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So who was in penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to penthouse 1?
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Ms. Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In penthouse 1?
Correct.
So the first time you saw Ms. Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Ms. Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. Red. She had a red, swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay. What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay. So let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay. So visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to
I remember there was police officers in the hallway.
Okay. Was Ms. Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
So you were in penthouse 1 when the police came. How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of what happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3, correct? Where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what? Swollen and red?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Do you recall who told you that penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing, broken in penthouse 5. I'm sorry, penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little statue, like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this, but again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness
I
firsthand?
didn't firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect? That Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure, I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Heard's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
The right side of her face.
Do you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Miss Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Miss Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation?
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling, and screamed, "Get your bitch out of here," as he ran in my direction. And I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event when it happened on May 21, 2016?
Fear.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
Just erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No.
What about Ms. Pennington?
No.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
Sorry, say again, why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
And the he there is who?
Johnny.
What were you thinking when you were hiding in the communal exercise area?
I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
And at some point, did you leave the area?
Yes.
And what prompted you to leave the area?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Johnny.
When you got to Ms. Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
When you saw Ms. Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Ms. Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying, and yeah.
Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
No.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she had been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
Were the marks that you saw on Ms. Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Ms. Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Ms. Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13. Ms. Mars, as the court reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Ms. Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Ms. Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
Yeah, I mean, this is Amber and Johnny's bed. and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Miss Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into Raquel and Josh's apartment.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled?
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is?
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on a wall. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it's in Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also, distraught, upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but seen her sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really trying to be like the man in the situation that was going to like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember like feeling safe with him. Like he was, it was like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember and some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
All right. Your next witness?
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video. And I will say that that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then, then I come back.
All right. And can you spell it last name just for the court
It's
order?
Inglessis.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melanie Iglesias.
And Ms. Iglesias,
Whoops, it's me first.
I'm a makeup artist.
And you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct?
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
April 2015.
And what was the occasion?
Tribeca Film Festival in New York.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter They have a bar, kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
And lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident. But it says, if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
And just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
And asked and answered.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I came back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly, so she had a discoloration here, under both eyes, and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us and I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
This is Amber Heard.
Okay. And were you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture? And maybe to try to move it along, is it Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes. We covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer. One that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes. And although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night, but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic, I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's the penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at the penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly? I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said? So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection,
Yes.
vague.
Can you please describe?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clear de Peau. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily, yes. Well, I mean daily, yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, it's 5 years ago, I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce, to anger, to being really upset, to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, but it just reminded me at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call, about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
But is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes. The entirety of your interactions. How many were there? Approximately.
5, maybe less than 10. Maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Miss Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Miss Heard?
No.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Miss Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Miss Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Miss Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
The only source of information that you have is Miss Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Miss Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Miss Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, other than the three that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it always was a problem, a problematic. It was a very consuming, for me, it was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship. And hence, that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct, between Mr. Depp? I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of the fight, if I can say so. I think, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting it to the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Ms. Heard only, correct?
Well, Ms. Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Rachel Pennington, Ayo, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were living, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there?
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No, but this was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
Disagreement, maybe, like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was, it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things. And so I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while, then everybody was at the table, so they was wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Ms. Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incident. And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the phone incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights that, and I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day, but it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. Okay. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
But you do remember Ms. Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of Ms. Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
would it be normal for Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always liked to wash the face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face and start clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Ms. Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I do not. I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean, in front of me in her bathroom, but, we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And, I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean, she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Ms. Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th? But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
I don't know what would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever having a cold sore on her lips?
No.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling. Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration too. I recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how headbutted she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McMillan was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready, no.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Ms. Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Ms. Heard only?
From December 16, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Ms. Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Ms. Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th. I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, you know, with models or real life things, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises, yes.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, you know, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th, do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
No.
But you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear the Pool. And it's a specific shade. You know, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey from the same family, and I used that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, you know, I know you read it before, we had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. We know she has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lip was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's not going to mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show. So her lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash, cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Ms. Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Ms. Heard was describing for you?
Yeah, yes, we talked a bit about it, yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I mean, you know, I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adia was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adia showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it, correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Depp 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right, you see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah. I see, I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are and I can tell where the swollen lip is, correct.
So, Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, is this, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is, you know, taking, this is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways, the light is one way, you know, but yeah, there's better pictures that you can see. But if you give me the mouth, I will show you, but there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So, I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen, this here.
And when you're pointing, just to, for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct. It's here. It's nothing. But as I said, there's better pictures. She's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
it might be the same photograph.
Yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just on the eyes, on the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there. And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, you know, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not, no, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
No, I don't recall.
Did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was a fight, there was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know they would fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on Miss Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Miss Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Miss Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone. And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone. So if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone. And that's why I remember, that's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, I need my phone. And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of the marriage.
I think you testified earlier that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. And I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment, let me just.
Certainly.
You guys, it's so hard to have this box. I'm gonna want another one. I know it, but I can't because I'm already getting a stomachache. How are you guys hanging in there? Sorry, I kind of took like a break, was out of chat and off screen for a minute. I was just sitting here. I wasn't anywhere. I was just sitting here zoning, half asleep. But what do you guys think? It's like these depositions, they're not as like engaging. You know, like maybe these witnesses could have been like, they might have been more like entertaining, or not entertaining, but interesting. Maybe if they're alive, I'm not 100% sure if that would even change, but it might. But just when they're the depositions, for some reason, it makes it less like engaging. You're just like, deposition. We'll do it tomorrow. I'm surprised. I wish I would have been more focused when her sister came on, because that probably was a good witness or interesting witness, right? I have no idea. I mean, what did she say? Was it anything interesting? Was the cross any good? I have no idea. And then wonder who's coming tomorrow. You know? All right, here we go.
All right, your next witness.
You ready? We're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
All right.
That'll be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Some preliminaries. Ms. Sexton, why don't you state your whole name for the record and your current address?
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, have you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
Listed there 2011.
Yes.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When was the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
she was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at section 1. Refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on. He was, like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed, like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy, it was always a little, I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then like I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Heard's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Heard should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Heard was being offered. To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, initially when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension-filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a, withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. And that would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise, so which a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end there, a lot of crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
And during those sessions, particularly in the last year when you saw Mr. crying so often, what was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, do you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December, I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents, but for now, Ms. Sexton, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that looked like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks as we were having a lovely time. Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober. Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming and a commotion. We didn't come out of our trailer, and then the quieting down and everyone being like, oh, it's okay. The bodyguards, I heard them running over there. And then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber. And I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was trying. He was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're gonna get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet, and he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again, and then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
I think you said, testified this earlier, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster that day?
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, The only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So it didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident, and that is the day of April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you was Amber Heard's 30th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they, Brandon, I don't remember his last name, it starts with an M, escorted him, kind of helped him stay stable. And we went to the table and we started dinner, and Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense, and he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story, and it got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
You said you saw her later with a healing bruise. Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek. I think it was right. Yeah.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals at a different rate. I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August. to have wine, have a glass of wine and catch up because, like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we had physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to say to talk to the attorneys about it.
When you say only to say to talk to the attorneys about it, what specifically did Ms. Heard tell you?
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me and I felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these 2 times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first time that Mr. Depp had allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then, yeah.
Was it the first meeting that you had with Ms. Heard in August of this year that she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up. And then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened. And she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything. And yeah, that's when it came out.
And just to confirm, Ms. Sexton, Ms. Heard told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it. Before your deposition, your first deposition in this case in August of 2019?
Yes, it was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
But it was before you were formally deposed in this case on, I believe it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
And just to confirm and make the record really clear, this was the first time Ms. Heard had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault, the penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Heard told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. They didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Heard, can you tell me how many times you spent maybe a significant amount of time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house, and he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation, and we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him and was like, "All right, boss, let's take this to another place." Because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not, like, so throwing himself at, like, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweetser, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard, like, came in and scooped him up.
Just the incident, you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Correct?
She was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. If I had, I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her, correct?
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like, I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
When she told you that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger, or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle? Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, she didn't say that she didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it. What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Do you recall Johnny ever saying something to you in a conversation with him later about his ability to pass insurance tests?
I remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party. So it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars. And he was talking about that it was, I said something about, he said he had to get up early to do a test. And I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test. And he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test. You can do this. And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day today, so have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Have a good evening. All right. Do you have any remote witnesses tomorrow that you need access for?
Do you
need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link?
Deposition designations and live witnesses.
Deposition and live witnesses. Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right. Everybody knows their homework, right? Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll see you in the morning.
Okay, guys. What'd you think? Sorry, today I wasn't as on it, entertain or in chat that much. I'm sorry. Well, pretty boring day actually as far as the witnesses. I had fun hanging out with you guys though. I just started crashing. So I had to walk around. But thanks. I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know. I'm debating whether tonight's my night to sleep with Zeke. I'm debating whether I should, if I even want to try to work on these compilations. Man, I don't know. Or just get some sleep. But thank you guys. Baby Boss, Raquel, Meep, L. Anders, Lottie, Karen, Shelly, Meep Beep, Gigi, Baby, Brad, Bridget. Wait, I'm way behind in chat. I gotta scroll down. Maybe. Let's see. Who's still here? Sarah Claire. Mystery. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, hey, Lottie, Raquel, Gigi, LaRoche, Baby Balls. like I said, oh, let me take this banner off real quick. Like I said at the beginning, and I've said it because I do. Let's see how they. Well, I'll wait till. I'll just keep it on. Oh no, they're about to end. Okay. I do believe, and I know I don't like. I know a lot of you guys don't agree. Like I said, and I still do believe that he did hit her back. I really do but I don't believe that he's the aggressor. And just from hearing that, I do believe it's still true. So I believe it wasn't anything where she was afraid of him though. That's just my opinion. Don't come at me. I don't feel like he's the aggressor. I feel like, yeah, he doesn't have any history of DV because he's never been with somebody like that. He's never been with somebody that was borderline, that pushed him, that he had such passion. They had such this love, passion, so strong. You know what I'm saying? And then she was that type of personality, and she pushed, and he reacted. I do believe there had to be somewhat, I don't think it's like he's like punching her or like hurting her. I don't think she was afraid at all, but I do think he probably reacted kind of sucky sometimes where people saw it, because I don't believe all these witnesses are lying. I believe Amber's lying about a lot, but I don't believe I feel like these witnesses are telling the truth from what they remember. So yeah, they've never seen him hit her or punch her, but they've seen some of the stuff like screaming, and they've seen him get really jealous and that kind of stuff. So I do believe, there was this side when he got drunk that he got kind of mean, not, because she pushed, but I still think she's the aggressor. So I'm not saying, I don't think she was afraid of him. No. So no, definitely not afraid of him. I think she wanted him to hit her. Like those people, like those type of people, they get off on that kind of crap. You know what I'm saying? Because to them, that physical is like it shows them that you love them. You know what I'm saying? Like they show, like when they have that intense like passion, they can't, it's so much that they hit. You know what I'm saying? So they want that back. You know what? I don't know how to explain it. Hold on, maybe not wording it right. I feel like to her it would almost prove more that he cares if he reacts rather than he calms down and he handles it like how he probably mostly handles it most of the time, where he's able to walk away. She hates that because to her, in her head and her world, the reaction and the hitting and the physical and the passion is a sign. Like in her head, she thinks that's love. You know what I'm saying? I think. So she wants him. Like, I think so I don't think she was ever afraid of him. No, I think she wanted him to hit her. And when he did react, she liked that, I think. So, but I don't think the sexual stuff is true. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think there's a lot of lies. I don't think he's the aggressor. She wasn't afraid. She was the abuser. So this poor victim, no, he was the victim. But he just probably didn't react. He probably didn't react. He's probably not proud how he reacted now that he's sober, because he was drunk, high, he probably just didn't react the way he would be proud of, So I really do think, he did, get jealous and there was some of that stuff. Now, as far as him like grabbing those people and like break your wrist, like from what these witnesses, from what I absorbed, like I said, I missed a lot today, but I haven't heard any witnesses yet to say that they saw him grab like the other person's wrist, not Amber's, but the other two women in the separate occasions. So I think that could be a lie too. I hope, because that would make me be like, no, you're gonna do that. No, so I think that's a lie. I think he probably did get jealous because she did cheat on him, and he probably sensed it. He caught her in things because she was doing that, so he was probably jealous. And I do disagree with, and it's fine. We all could have different opinions, but I do disagree with the people that think that she planned this and she like didn't really love him, because I do think she loved him so much in her weird, messed up way. She was attached, like how they get so attached, and it's like, so it's not like a healthy love, like what a healthy or what a normal healthy person would love. That's not that way that they would love, but it's the way she loves. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, in her head she loved him. It's just kind of a sick way, because that's just her sickness, I think. So yeah, I think she really was obsessed and loved him So I don't think that was a plan or anything, not from the beginning. I mean, then I think after she started documenting it, she was trying to make sure. I think it was more like make sure, manipulative, yeah, to make sure that she had, like, if he tried to leave, she could threaten and she could, because she, the fear of abandonment, and she didn't want him to leave, so she had something to like kind of like bribe him with, like, like, don't leave me, like, I have all this, like, your reputation, come on, give me another shot, I got these pictures, I got this, it's not going to look good, because to try to get him to stay, you know what I'm saying? So she started documenting it, I think, because she wanted to try to keep him, like to bribe him and stuff. That's what I think is where it started. And then when she realized he was probably done with her, then it started, well, okay, well, screw you then. I'm going to try to get some money or whatever. So that's just my opinion. I could be totally off, but that's just how I see it. So, but yeah, I believe she lied about a lot of the sexual stuff. And that's why I think he should win. Definitely, because even if he did react and hit her back, I don't think he's the victim, or I don't think she's the victim, and I think he's more of the victim. Plus, the freaking article says sexual violence, and I do not believe the sexual stuff. I really don't. I mean, we could all be wrong, and you never know. I mean, but who knows? But I don't believe that. I believe there's a lot of lies mixed in, and then there's some, there's some truths, but there's a lot of lies. And I just believe that, yeah, because I don't think he ever probably wanted to hit her, and then because she wanted that, so she probably pushed, and maybe he got a little bit physical. I don't see him like punching or hurting or nothing more really hurt her, but maybe like react a little bit. But yeah. I know most of you guys probably don't agree with me because I know you haven't since day one, and that's fine. I don't care. I mean, no, I mean that's I like having different opinions. I don't mean I don't care like in a mean way, but I'm still Team Johnny. I just saying, I do think it probably got very intense there. So that's what these people are seeing. I mean, they see him, they probably heard him yelling, and they seen like him get really mad, and she probably just pushed his buttons, So probably just wasn't a nice place to be around because of how it was. So yeah. Yeah, reactionary abuse. I mean, but the thing is I don't think, like, that's the thing with Johnny, it wouldn't be like, he probably wouldn't have touched her if it wasn't her being the aggressor or pushing. So it's like he's not really the aggressor. It wouldn't even have happened if she wasn't there doing it first, and it doesn't make how he reacted right, and I'm sure he's not proud of it. But I think if it's because he was so, intoxicated in his addiction, that I know it's not an excuse, but it is. It's a disease, and it can make you react bad. Like, it can make you react in ways like when you're sober, that you would be able to handle it better. You know what I'm saying? So, what's her excuse? She just got it. So, mentally she's sick. Like, she needs help. And Johnny needs, his addiction. He needs help. So, and if he's sober and clean now, he's getting his help, then it looks like, right? So that's good. Now she's in freaking denial that she even has anything wrong. She's trying to still play like this PTSD crap, which it's way more than that. Maybe she has some of that from growing up, but I mean, she's causing that for all her relationships she's in. She's causing that for those people. Like, the people she's had relationships probably have PTSD because of what she's putting through. But think about it, repeating the cycle. A lot of people don't break it. She grew up in addiction and abuse. She's repeating it. So it's not really that like surprising. It's sad, but it's more like, I feel like rare, and I don't want to say rare, but I don't know. I'm not even gonna say anything, but yeah, it happens a lot. So it's not an excuse because there's plenty of people that don't, but I'm just saying it is a common thing, when people are brought up that way, they repeat it. And Not everybody, so don't. I know it's not everybody, but so yeah, Johnny just got mixed up with the wrong girl, man. If he wouldn't have, just been with somebody not like that, he would have never would have. Yeah, just. So I don't know though. As much as I think, because Camille did such an awesome job, I think in the reputation, like the public reputation, I think he's got it back. I think he's gonna be good, but I still am not sure if he's gonna win this case. Not that I don't want him to, and I think he should. I just don't know. I still think I almost would bet that maybe he might not, guys. What do you think? Honestly, do you really think he's going to win? Not that if you want him to win or think he should, but do you think he will is the question. The courts, sometimes it's not all the way it should go, I don't know. And if he does, it's a big, huge part from Camille. Not that it's him, but what I'm saying, it's she. If he wins, she's the one that made the difference, because she did a really good job at basically pulling out the lies of showing what Amber really was, and pulling out the lies, and she did a really good job of that. So if he wins, I give the credit to Camille. If he wins, I mean, but I don't know. I'm still doubting. Guess we'll see. It's going to be close, guys. I don't think it's like a shot in the, or what do you call that when it's like a slam dunk? There you go. I don't think it's like a slam dunk. I think it's gonna be close. I really will. I know, I do too. I don't want to be negative, but if I had to bet right now, if I had to bet money, and I could be wrong, and I hope I am wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong on this one. But if I had to bet, I would bet that he's gonna lose. If I had to bet money on it right now, I wouldn't want to know. I feel more like, yeah, that's what I would bet on right now. I'm not saying for sure, but if I had to bet right now, that's what I'd feel safer with, to say he's not gonna win. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Awaken the heart. Yes, they can. Yeah, because you could get drug-induced psychosis. So you could get that too. I'm just saying, I'm really careful to say that I learned from the Chris Watts case. Well, for all the cases, I'm just very careful. And plus, I'm an addict. You know what I'm saying? I know it's not for sure that drugs cause violent behavior. So I'm just very careful how I word it. But heck yeah, it could make you react. Was careful to say react, but yeah, it can make you actually act in ways that you normally wouldn't. You're right. So so it would be in a behavior. If it's a crazy behavior sometimes, then yeah, it's a crazy behavior and it's not your normal reaction. Heck yeah. And then you have this stimulant induced psychosis that you could get, that people get into. Cocaine is one of the major stimulants that people that they get psychosis from, cocaine, from coke. And that happens. Seriously, I remember learning about that in psychology, plus I know from just experience. But yeah, so it's a big one, and that's one of his drugs of choice, we hear. Because obviously he liked his coke, and I don't think he's denying that, and his alcohol, those mix. So he could have even gotten to phases where he got like that. So, but what's your excuse, Amber? Well, I guess you could say if she has borderline, that's not her fault, really, so never mind. But it sucks because his could be fixed, but hers, I mean, first of all, she needs to get out of denial, but that would be well, no, because once you're an addict, I mean, it is a lifelong struggle, but I'm just saying, I don't know. But look at this thing on my eye. Wait, it's this one. Oh, yeah, it's way more. Wow, it's way more noticeable in the mirror. So I have this thing that's been there all day just from sleep. And I don't know. I do get these sometimes when they go away. But this, wait. Man, in the mirror, you could see it. It's up here. It's right. I could feel it. It's like raised. It's like a big bump. right there. I promise you that in the mirror, it's very noticeable. It looks just like the mark. Ooh, and I have another run right there. And this is just no, these aren't pimples. They're just, I don't know. They're just marks on your skin that you can get from, I don't know what it is. But yeah, this is raised right here. Light, it's making it hard to see, but it kind of looks like that thing Amber had that was like right there. Kind of looks like that. In the mirror it does. So, you know what I'm saying? I didn't get beat up, so no, I know, right? Look how my cheek's red right here, and it's that, and then I have that, and then it's almost like a mark there. Nope. So yeah. Wait, what did Meep? What made your teeth feel that way? Oh, okay. It numbs them though, like it numbs your gums. And then we use before when I first started doing it, and then before I realized, gosh, that's really bad for your teeth because it's enough that you get the drainage and it goes, it could affect your teeth. But when the first few years when you first start doing coke, like you're like, oh, rub it on your teeth. So we used to always like rub it on your gums and it'd be all numb. But then once I like realized, oh my God, that's so not good for your teeth, I stopped. But you still get the numbness because you get the drainage from it. Yeah. Oh. Anyway. Oh, 9 o'clock. Wait, did she say it was a different time? It's at 9, right? Awaken Art? You have to send me a picture of your art. Send me a picture. But it is at 9, right? No, I don't know if it's hives. These aren't hives because I used to get hives and I haven't got them in a while, maybe a year or so. But I would get them like my whole life. I got them where it's not like this though, unless if it's maybe, but that's not the typical hives I get. Would be like they're like probably like a quarter shape and they're not raised. They don't itch or anything, and they're usually on my face or neck, and they're just like round and they're flat though. And those are the hives I got my whole life. I don't think these are. This one is like almost like a bug bite, but I don't think it is. I would have noticed a bug up here, like, because it just showed up like within the last hour or so. But like I said, you look in the mirror and it looks like that mark. And I don't have blush on. Look at that red. Look. See? I don't have anything on. It's just your skin does things and I didn't even rub it. Can you imagine what you could do if you were trying to make it have a mark and just rub something or kind of smack it a bunch and then take a picture right after or like scratch it? I mean, you could do anything. I'm not going to do it to my face because I don't want to mark it up. But you know what I'm saying? I didn't even do anything and look. Or see, I can't tell which side. And then this thing is bothering me though because that's actually raised up. Oh, I don't like that. Anyway, so I only got like 3.5 hours of sleep. Maybe it's lack of sleep. I don't know, guys. All right. I know I never figured out what was giving me the hives. Who just wrote that you get hives? Where's that at? Oh yeah, I know. It's weird. And so people would always like, see what you do that day, like write it down and so you could see and then you could be like, okay, this is what I ate. This and I don't know. I never did find a correlation. I don't think heat rash. I don't know how I would have heat rash, but yeah, I was up till 4. I got like 3.5 hours of sleep tonight. Last night, I mean. Hey, Darcy. Oh, I'm not even pointing out because I'm worried about it. Oh well, it'll go away in a couple of days. I'm not even that worried about it, but I'm just showing you like how weird. Like, is it like what do they call that? Sympathy marks for Amber or something, or for Johnny? But I just thought of Amber because it looks like that mark she had on her eye right there, and then my cheek that's red here looks like her red cheek. So I just thought like, how weird. We're going through these pictures and then it shows up on my face. Is it like somehow this energy is, I don't know. Oh, are you serious? That was my life. You would have known me before, like my whole life. It was like, so like I was, yeah, wow. Well, I guess that's good. But like, it was such a huge part. I always used to say, like me and my sister both, like, I don't even want to live if I can't get high. You know what I'm saying? I always, like, before it got real bad, it's like, man, I don't ever want to, or my sister used to even say this, we don't want it to get to a point where we lose control or we can't ever do them again because we want to be able to do drugs the rest of our life. So we didn't want to get to the point that we got to. Like, everything. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's like you can't do them. You know, does that make sense? Where you just can't, like, either like recreationally or moderation, but if you can't moderate it, then you can't do them. I mean, then so it's like, psh, I don't know if I'm making sense. You can't do them ever. So, but I'm glad. I am glad I don't. It's bad, guys. It's bad. No, it is. It's scary out there with the way things are now with the fentanyl. Like, I actually am. Like, gosh, I'm glad I'm not there anymore. It's so dangerous. It's be like, gosh, they're putting it in everything, you know? And for other reasons besides that, you know, it's just, you're not spending all your money. You're not, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, yes, exactly, sister. See, mine was heroin and meth is what it turned into. So I was doing those like every day. You know, it starts off recreationally fun, like hallucinogenics and weed and, you know, like mushrooms, acid, and then ecstasy, and then the coke. You know what I'm saying? And then it turned into like opiates every day, where it was like oxys and perks and bikes and whatever you could get, because then it becomes a dependency. And then it moves on to the heroin because the pills are too expensive, and then the meth. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, but I'm done. What has it been? 6. So 2000. Wait. Today is what? What's today? This 2022. So 6. Wait. So if it would be. Hold on. I think, yeah, 6 years, because October 16th was the date 6 years ago. So it was like a little over 6 years I've been, right? I don't always get it mixed up. I know the exact date, October 16th, but the year is either 5 or 6 years. Wait a minute. I forget what year it was. I don't know. This past October makes it either 5 or 6 years. But wait, what would the year be if it was, hold on. Hold on. If October, God, I'm so tired I can't even figure it out. Wow. If it was, I don't know, guys, but it's been a good chunk of time. Like, why am I drawing a blank? Just like when I couldn't remember how old I was. It was like around the first year I had my channel, I could not remember because it was with Randy. I'm like, Randy, how old am I? Like, I didn't know. And then I remember I told everybody on the live chat, how old I was, and I gave him the wrong age. And then when I told Randy, he's like, no, because, you know, I'm this age, you're this age, you're this age. And I was like a year off. And I was like, I don't even know. Nice. Hold on, let me think. Gosh, I'm trying to figure out if. Yeah, it'd be over 6 years. It was 2015. Right? I don't know. Oh my God. But I know October 16th. I really need to figure this out because I could figure out when I went, because I did the outpatient rehab. I could get the dates from that. I really should, so I know the year. But that's good that, you know, because usually when you're counting down, like you're like counting the year, counting the days, because it's so hard. It's kind of good when you lose track a little bit, right? But I remember the date though, you know, that October 16th. But then now the year's getting hazy. Yeah, it's like once I passed, what age was it? There was an age, once I passed it, then I just didn't even care my age. When it would become, it's just like it's like you don't want to even keep track. It's just like, I know what like 21's a big one, and then I think once you get in your 30s, it's just like, I know Zeke's my night. I don't know. So I feel like with these compilations, I want to do them, but I feel like by the time I get like, let's say this weekend, or I get some sleep, or by the time I get around to them, if I don't do them tonight, everybody else is gonna probably have them all done, or have them possibly. I don't know. And then they take a long time, so it's like I don't even know. Is it worth it? They are fun, but to do. But God, if I just wasn't so tired. Oh, thanks, baby boss. Yeah, just a little bit. Because any opiates like heroin, of course. But like even like oxys or any opiates are just the withdrawals. The physical withdrawals are horrible. Now, speed is hard to come off of in the sense it's like more of psychological type withdrawals. You know what I'm saying? And it's like mentally, and also you're really tired. So it's like you don't want to do anything. You don't have the energy to really do anything. If you're coming off like speed, that's kind of the withdrawals. So you're just like, because it's like, oh my God, I need this to even do because I'm so tired. But then you could just sleep it off. But with opiates, you can't sleep. You can't sleep for months. I mean, you can't. It's horrible. So it's not like you can just sleep it off because you can't freaking sleep. It is the worst feeling in the world. Sarah, you know what I'm saying? Or anybody coming off of it. It's like, goes from like stages like, okay, oh my God, I can't even describe the horrible, like your nerves are like, it hurts. And it's, I don't even know, like your whole body aches. It's like your nerves are being like electrocuted. Wait, how did I used to describe it? Where it's like your nerves are like shorted or shorted nerves, like your whole body hurts and it's uncomfortable. And it's like, you just want to crawl out of your skin. And then the yawning, and then the sneezing, because all your liquid, you become like wet, right? How do you say it? Like, it like everything starts functioning. So it's like you start sneezing, and the yawns, and then after like, like a week or like after a few days, then you get the diarrhea or you throw up, depending on, some people to get both, or some people just get one or the other. And the stomach aches, like flu, horrible, and then headaches. And then once you get past the physical stuff, then you have to deal with the emotional stuff, where you feel like sad for no reason, like extremely sad, like intense sadness, like waves of sadness just overcome you for no reason. So you get through the physical and you think, okay, and you're still never quite right for a while, the physical. You still feel off, tired. So once you get through like the horrible where you can sleep, then you're still tired. And then, then you just get like this like waves of like of intense sadness that just come over you. And then of course, the psychological addiction starts to play a toll psychologically. You know what I'm saying? Once you get through kind of like the physical stuff, then that part, ding, 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 like where you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, then you get those urges to want to use for that, because you get over the urges for the physical and you're like, phew, and then it's all of a sudden you get the mental urges, if that makes sense. So it's a long freaking process. I love it though. I really do love video editing. It is a killer, but I really enjoy it. But like normally, like how many nights though, I'd be like staying up all night. I'd be so tired. And instead of just going to sleep and get a good night's sleep, I'll sit here and think, I gotta finish this. I gotta finish this. And then you know what I end up doing is I'm falling asleep at my freaking chair. So I don't even get anything really done anyway. Like every minute I'm falling asleep. I'm like, oh, wake up. Okay, I could do it. Fall asleep every minute. And then I wake up 3 hours later. My neck's all sore. I'm sore. And I'm sitting at the desk still. And I didn't even barely get anything more done. And I should have just been sleeping in bed. I hate that. I'm like, why didn't I just go to bed then? But you're convinced that you're gonna do more. You're convinced that, I'll be able to get some stuff done. You don't know you're gonna keep falling asleep, even though you should, because it keeps happening. It's like yes, exactly. like when you're using, especially, you lose. Well, both, like when you, but like really, because then when you're clean, then once that you get, then you're back. But like, yeah, when you're getting high, like you lose. You're like, holy crap! 10 years later, 15 years later, like what just happened? Oh yeah, I have been too. My mama, me, and my sister, actually, all of us kids were, for the most part, but mostly me and my sister night owls, and my mom always. I know I've told you guys this before, but she'd always call it, "You guys in that Elvis Presley schedule." She always, I don't know if she still does that Elvis Presley, but I remember like just growing up, or like when we were like in our 20s, or you gotta get rid of that Elvis Presley schedule. You gotta get your healing sleep. 10 to 2 is healing sleep. So. Yes, mystery. Are you gonna be here, mystery? I almost just said, are you gonna be here, mystery? Tomorrow. So we got one more day for the week, and then Fridays they take off usually, right? They're not doing it on Friday, right? Every other week, every week so far they've had off Friday. So I think it's just tomorrow, and then they'll have off, and then all next, or then Monday through Thursday next week, and then they're done, I think. I'm gonna be kind of miss it when it's done. I'm like, now what do I do? It gives me something to do every day, and it's not that I don't, like with my channel, I'm busy editing and stuff, but like I actually have to try to think of like, okay, what, figure out what I'm gonna do videos on. This just there, and it gives me something to, I don't know. Even though I do have ideas for these compilations I gotta do. I'm just rambling, guys. See, I'm getting like a second person. I didn't even do the 5 hour. So I'm kind of getting that second wave. I think I'm going to go get some dinner and I don't know, either lay in bed or try to get a little editing done. But we'll see. Can you guys hear me okay with it over here? The mic you said, or you can, right? All right, guys. Well, wow, nice. Oh, Raquel. But that's the thing, it is painful. See, to me, it is painful because it's like, you're numbing, like for years on opiates, you numb all your nerves, you're numbing everything. So like when it's getting out of your system, you're starting to feel everything again that you haven't felt in years. For me, what was it like? I think it was like 15 years around there. I have to do the math again, but something around there, like every day. But then before that, I was partying all the time too, but probably since I've been like 14. Well, that was more minor stuff, but like you know what I'm saying? But partying all the time, especially like once I hit 16, 17, 18 in college. But I'm talking about when it progressed to being something, the opiates every single day, the same thing that you had to have. And it's just like your body's starting to feel that again, like feel things. So it hurts. It does hurt. I feel like when you're saying slowly dying, it's because it's hurting. I feel like it's like my nerves hurt. Yeah, everything you're saying, Raquel, plus to me, it is a hurt. I don't know how to describe the pain because it's not like anything else, but it is a pain for me. It is. It's like an uncomfortable. It's like worse than like a punch pain because it's like so uncomfortable in your whole body. Like I feel like my whole body aches and like it's like down deep into your nerves. It's hurting. It's like they're like shorting out or something. Oh, whew. But what were you on? What were you on, Raquel? Toss and turn. Yeah, you're not sleeping. It sucks. So at least with like the flu or when you're sick, you just go to sleep. At least you could sleep a lot. Or even with like a stimulant addiction, you can just go to sleep if you're tired. I mean, it's harder if you have a job and you have to get up, and then it's like the motivation and you're tired, like coming off like Coke or any kind of speed. But at least, then you come home and you could just sleep, but not with opiates. Nope. Yes, your emotions. Yeah. Horrible. And that lasts for a while. I mean, that lasts for a while. The emotional parts. All right, guys, I'm gonna go though. Yeah, the cravings, and then, oh yeah. It is years of adjustment. It is. You know, when I went to the like counseling and stuff, and like for the addiction counseling and doctors and stuff, and yeah, they say like, I think they say 2 years for your brain to get healthy again, and to get completely back to the way it should. And it's still never going to be complete, you know, because once you're addiction, there's still, but like to get at least as good as it's going to get. But yeah, it's it definitely is years of adjustment. You're right. All right, Kimmy Jean. Like I said, I'm sorry the last couple hours I was off camera for a while. I just I was listening the whole time, even though I wasn't absorbing half of it. But it's not like I didn't have it on. It's not like I just walked away, and I always had it on my phone if I walked away. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go. See you in the morning. Morning, guys. 8:45. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more sleep this time. Doing life my way. Oh, thanks, Dark Sea. All right, guys. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out all night or all day, basically. Okay, Mystery. I'll be waiting. All right, Jacob. Sister Claire. Oh, okay. Aw. I'm sorry. Wait, remind me your son. So is he okay? Is he restless legs? Yes. I was gonna say that. Okay, so but you know what? I've talked to other people and not everybody gets that, I feel like. But I get that. And that's why I didn't mention that as a common one. But maybe it's more common. I don't know. Because I remember like talking, I don't know when this was, but I brought it up. Maybe it was to you guys or something. And whenever I brought that up, it made me feel like, okay, maybe that's not as simple. A lot of people do get from it with the withdrawals. But yes, the restless legs and arms from the withdrawals too. I got that at least. It's like you just want to. My feeling of what it feels to me is like I just want to keep stretching. Like I can never stretch enough, and it's just like you just keep moving them and stuff, and it's just because they're never comfortable. Like when you're trying to toss and turn, it's just like never comfortable, and you just keep like like stretching and moving, and it's just guys, don't ever do it. This should be a sign. Like it's horrible, and one freaking minute feels like an hour. A day feels like weeks to get through. You know, it goes by so slow, and imagine time going by that slow. Plus, and you can't even sleep for days, weeks. Really. And you know, once you do, like after a week or something, you're able to sleep a tiny bit. Like what would happen is like 15 minutes, you finally like, oh, you're so tired that your body lets you sleep for maybe like 15 minutes, and you wake back up, and then you're in misery again, and then you try, and then you go, it's maybe like 10, 15 minutes, and you wake back up. I mean, it's so horrible. And this is after like a week of not sleeping. I don't know. I mean, I do know. I'm just saying. Maybe some other people have a little bit different experiences, or timing might be a little bit different, but I think it's pretty somewhat similar for everybody about that. I bet. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's, you know what? It's good though, because it's reminding me why I do not want to be there again. Now talking about it, I'm like having nightmare flashbacks. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's right. That son. Okay, yeah, you just said that. I was thinking maybe you were talking about another. Okay, yes, I'm sorry. You're probably like, you're not even listening. I remember you said that. I'm tired. Forgive me, Raquel. Okay. Oh, so wait, how old is your son now then? I know, Gigi, doing my life my way. Cat just came to say hi. She did a poo. We smell it. It's a bit whiffy. What? Oh, cat has a poo. Say hi. What's your cat's name? Oh, Gigi, get some sleep. We're gonna get some sleep. Oh, Raquel. Wait, you said, Raquel, are you the one that said 7 years you have? So he must be 7 years, right? Remind me. Hey, Ann Mata. How long or have you been, Raquel? Before I end this, then I better end. I better see what I could eat for dinner. Actually, let me see something. Exit out of this. Okay. All right, guys. So, yeah, 7. Okay. So I thought you said it. All right. Well, awesome. Congrats. That's awesome, Raquel. Oh, that's awesome. And you have your son as a reminder never to do that again. Well, no, I hope that doesn't sound like in a bad way, but I'm just saying to remind you never, you don't ever want to do that, you know? That's coming out wrong because I don't mean it in one of the ways that could sound. But hopefully you know the way I mean it. All right, bye guys. See you tomorrow. Yeah, proud of you, Cal. That's awesome. So we're kind of close to the amount of time. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know where Julie went?
Uh-uh.
She's not here anywhere. I can't find her.
Okay, hold on.
She didn't tell me. She didn't say anything to me. I got scared. I even went downstairs. I don't know where she went.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Hold on. Is her car there? Okay, I'm coming. All right, hold on. I'm coming. All right, guys, bye. I better go. So I gotta go find my mom. All right, bye.